Good morning, committee, and welcome to members of the public joining us today. This is the 4th of August 2022 meeting of the Western and Southern Area Planning Committee, which is one of the 3 area-based planning committees of Dorset Council. Our area of remit covers the previous Weymouth and Portland Borough Council and most of the previous West Dorset District Council areas. The Planning Committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public are invited. All attendees must comply with the ruling of the Chair. They must not interrupt the meeting or cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. Members of the public are allowed to record or film any part of the meeting. However, they should conform to the protocol for filming and audio recording of public council meetings and not distract the proceedings. Those filming should only focus upon those directly involved in the conduct of the meeting. No fire alarm test is expected. If the fire alarm sounds, can all present leave the building as quickly as possible by way of the closest exit and follow the directions of the nearest assembly point away from the civic offices. Public amenities can be located within the foyer of County Hall, adjacent to the main entrance. Members of the public who have given advance notice of their wish to speak on an application will be invited to address the committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. No material is to be circulated to members of the committee. For the benefit of the public, my name is Councillor David Shortell, Chairman of this Area Planning Committee, and my Vice Chairman is Councillor Bill Pipe. Good morning, Bill.
Chairman. Good morning, members of the public.
Introducing other members of the committee, Councillor Dave Bolwell. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Chair.
Councillor Kelvin Clayton. Good morning, Kelvin.
Good morning, Chair.
Councillor Susan Cutting. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning to you. Councillor Jean Dunseth. Good morning, Jean.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Nick Ireland. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning to you. Councillor Paul Kimber. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Chair.
Councillor Louis O'Leary. Good morning, Louis.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh, you're a long way away. Councillor Kate Weller. Good morning, Kate.
Morning.
Good morning to you. Councillor Sarah Williams. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning to you. And Councillor John Worth. Good morning, John. Good morning. Officers involved in the meeting include Mike Garrity, Head of Planning, Anna Lee, Service Manager, Anne Collins, Area Manager, James Litton-Travers, Lead Project Officer, Emma Telford, Senior Planning Officer, Charlotte Loveridge, Robert Parr, Stephen Banks, Planning Officers, Philip Crowther, Legal Partner, David Northover, and John Miles, Democratic Services. And joining us remotely is Steve Savage, Highways and Traffic. I would like to record my thanks to Denise Hunt, who was the Democratic Services Officer for the Western and Southern Area Planning Committee for many years, and without whom my life as chairman of this committee would have been much more demanding. She has taken up a position within another authority in the county, and I wish her every success for the future. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of the whole committee as well. Yeah. That has been recorded, yes. Thank you. We're now going on to the agenda, and the first item on the agenda is apologies. Do we have any apologies, please?
There are no apologies for absences.
Thank you. Item 2 on the agenda is declarations of interest. Does any member have any declaration of pecuniary or other conflict of interest, bias or predetermination regarding any item on the agenda?
Kate Weller.
Over to you, Kate.
Very much, Chairman. I'd like to declare an interest in item 8, the Scout Hall, Granby Close, Weymouth. I'm the chairman of Weymouth and Portland District Scouts, so I will not take part in the issue.
What number was that?
Number 8.
Number 8, thank you. Councillor Bill Pipe.
Thank you, Chairman. On item 6, I will absent myself on the grounds that one of the objectors is a client of mine. Although we've not discussed this, I feel that I should not take part and not take part in the vote afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pipe. Any other declarations of interest? Gavin, over to you.
Calvin Clay and David Bowler.
Thank you, Chair. Just for information, I am a member of the Newport Town Council Planning Committee, but I was not in attendance when this item was discussed. That's item 6, sorry.
David Bowler.
That's okay, Kelvin. Councillor Clayton, you can participate in the debate and participate in the vote. Councillor Bowell.
Yes, Chair, this is for clarity. I am Chairman of Bridport Town Council Planning Committee, and when this application was last discussed by Bridport Town Council, I did not attend the meeting in person, nor did I comment or vote on the application. I'm not predetermined on this application, and I will be viewing it with an open mind. Thank you.
Councillor Bowell, that's fine, and you're in order to participate in the debate and take part in the vote. Councillor Williams.
Just for clarity, as a Bridport ward member and a member of Bridport Town Council, I have taken no part in any discussions on item number 6, land at Foundry Lee, and therefore come to this with an open mind.
Councillor Williams, that's fine. You can participate in the debate and vote. Thank you all. No other declarations of interest. Thank you. Minutes. Item 3 on the agenda, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of July 2022. As all members received a copy of those minutes.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. If members are content, I will sign those minutes as a true record of what took place. Thank you. Item 4 on the agenda, public participation. Only those people who have registered to speak with Democratic Services will be invited to address the committee. The order of speaking will normally be the first 3 in objection and the first 3 in support, including the applicant or agent. If a ward councillor who is not on the planning committee wishes to address the meeting, they will be allowed 3 minutes to do so. Neither the objector or the supporter will normally be questioned except to clarify points of fact by the chairman. All written statements received by Democratic Services have been passed to members of this meeting.
Chair, can I just raise a point of order on the number of people allowed to speak? Nobody's contacted me, but a large application like this, am I talking on standing orders here that the first 3 people, or could it have been, could we allow more where it's such an emotional planning application?
Thank you, Councillor Kember. Yes, it's the chairman's discretion as to who speaks on behalf for or against a particular planning application. I will come to this particular application you're referring to in a moment. Thank you. Before I do so, though, as you've already heard, we are missing a vice chairman, the very first item on the agenda. And so therefore I seek a proposal for a temporary vice chairman for this item. Councillor Cunking.
I would like to propose Councillor John Worth as Vice Chair for item 6 on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Cunking. Councillor O'Leary. Oh, sorry.
I'm happy to second Councillor Worth.
Yeah, I know. You can't hold him down. Right, you've heard the proposals duly seconded. All those in favour? Thank you, committee. Thank you, committee and members of the public. We now take item 5 on the agenda, that's planning application. We have 6 planning applications before us today for consideration. A comfort break of 5 or 10 minutes will be taken as and when is required. In the interest of equity, the time allowed for presentations for and against any development should be the same, and those speaking should be asked to direct their presentations to recording or amplifying representations already made to local planning authority in writing. The level of interest in the first application and the number of people wishing to speak has prompted me to increase the accepted protocol to 6 speaking in objection and to extend the time allotted to those speaking in support. Item 6 on the agenda, PRES, which is reserved matter, 2021-04848, land at Foundry Lee, Veers Farm, Bridport. This follows on from the outline application of May 2019. That's for the construction of 760 dwellings, public open space, including play space and landscape planting, allotment, and orchard sports pitch provision, with associated changing rooms and car parking, pedestrians, cycle and vehicle links, drainage works, and associated infrastructure. I now invite James Linton Travers, the case officer, to introduce this item. Over to you, James.
Some of the background to the application before I talk about the actual application itself. I'm going to try and keep this as concise as possible because the report... Okay, it's gone. Sorry about that. I'm going to try and keep this as concise as possible because obviously the report is quite comprehensive. So I'm just going to highlight the main points. It doesn't mean to say that other points aren't important. It's just that for conciseness, I think it's important to stick to the main points. The site, as you all know, is this area with the red line around it, west of Bridport Town Centre. And this is an aerial shot which shows that the boundaries of it. We've got West Road on the northern boundary. On the western boundary, we've got the A35, which runs mainly through a cutting, Broad Lane on the south boundary, and the eastern boundary mostly not entirely, abuts existing 20th century, mostly 20th century development on the edge of Bridport. The land, as you can see, is agricultural. Veers farmhouse dominates the area with its group of farm buildings. That's not actually part of the application site. So, the outline plan permission was granted, and the outline permission set a lot of details, including the next few plans. It was approved subject to several plans, the first one being the parameter plan. And the parameter plan shows what the land uses would be. And the first thing that's clear is that all the land uses are zoned. So the brown area was the residential, and that's what the application today is looking at. And this small strip of residential on West Road. Other land uses were zoned. So the school site, the mauve colour, the playing fields, another block of residential there, the mixed use or the employment land, the care home and the local centre. So those were set by this parameter plan as being in those locations and not to be changed from that. The outline was also for 760 dwellings, up to 760 dwellings and no more. And it went through a master plan and an environmental assessment. The employment site, I say, is 4 hectares, the school is 2, and the playing fields obviously speak for themselves. This parameter plan also showed the means of access from 2 fixed points. I'll say a little bit more about that on the next plan. The next approved outline plan was the Green Infrastructure Plan, which effectively shows the public open space and the drainage features that would be needed for the site. And these effectively follow the River Semain. Okay. Turn it off. Is that on now? Sorry about that. Yes, this effectively shows the drainage features in the public open space. And again, that's fixed. That effectively is an approved plan, and that's what the reserve matters should follow. Another very detailed plan that was approved as part of the outline was the scale and density plan. And this effectively, I'm not going to dwell on it too much, decided that buildings of certain height would go in certain locations. Effectively, because of the lie of the land and so on and so forth, that was a parameter or a scale and density plan that was set. And finally, the access was fixed from 2 points on West Road. The access followed a detailed tricks data analysis. The suitability of West Road to take all the additional traffic was covered or considered at the outline stage and was accepted to be suitable. The outline also established links to Magdalen Lane and Pine View for pedestrian and cycle access. Parking in the town centre was also considered at the outline stage and considered to be adequate, and that the development would not impact on that. Improvements to the Miles Cross roundabout were discussed and found necessary. I have an update on that. Although the condition for the discharge of the Miles Cross roundabout hasn't been submitted yet, I believe that the scheme has actually received National Highways approval and is out to tender. There was also a requirement for a construction environment management plan. Apparently, I'm told a draft KEMP CMP has been prepared and circulated amongst some other groups. So those plans were the approved plans at the outline stage. and effectively dictate what we are looking at today. You might have noticed there's a level of detail there, including the roads, the land uses, and so on and so forth, which are required. The outline also established a number of financial benefits, which I think is in the report, but I thought I'd just highlight this because it's quite substantial sums accruing. And some of the representations have raised things like whether the local surgery will cope and so on and so forth. There is a contribution for healthcare provision of £225,000. Some people have raised whether the schools in the area will be adequate. There is a contribution of £5,444 per qualifying dwelling. Improvements to the West Road, there's a contribution of £100,000. Other highways works, Miles Cross, mini roundabout, this is the mini roundabout on West Allington, traffic calming and footway and cycle access are also covered. And there's a lot of other things there as well. Obviously, the allotments, which I'll come on to later. So just note that a lot of the objections were actually addressed at outline stage. The outline permission was modelled on a master plan. The master plan, and this is part of that document, that is the main plan within it, the master plan was not made a condition of the planning permission, and it was not made part of the 106. However, it informed the parameter plan, the green infrastructure plan, the scale and density plan, and the access plans that I've just shown to you, and you probably recognise features in it. It's a lot easier to read than the other plans. We've got the mixed-use site. I'll just recap. It's all new to you, I know. We've got the two accesses from West Road, which form effectively a loop road, bus route, and it will be a bus route. We've got the link to the town centre up to Magdalen Lane here, across the river. There's also a link through to Pine View here. And you see we've got the residential, which wraps around Veers farmhouse. We've got the playing fields, the school, a little bit more residential just there, care home and local centre. So that was the master plan, and now this is the proposed layout. And bear in mind, we're only looking at the residential. It does accord with that master plan, and it does accord with the other plans that I've shown to you. So we have the same area for the residential, wrapping around Veers Farm, and then the little bit up here on Westmead, and here. So I'm just going to, this is in the report, but I'm just going to recap what the application's for, because I won't be able to show you everything, but this is quite a good way of doing it. I'll try and be brief. 760 dwellings built in 31 different house types, 94% housing, 6% flats. Affordable housing, 15 different house types, 40% affordable housing. This is an increase of 36 dwellings above the 35% which was required by the Section 106 agreement. The additional 36 would be provided by Homes England grant funds. I'm informed that that's still up and running. Obviously, that's time limited. It's only available, the money's only available for a limited time. It's not forever. There would also be 0.4 hectares, 3 areas of self-build units. I'll come on to these in detail later. Landscaping, specific character areas, so a country park along the River Semaine, woodland walks, green links and squares, a circular leisure route around the entire site, and a cycle street. Play areas, 2 leaps, locally equipped areas of play, a mugger, a multi-use games area, a NEEP, a neighbourhood equipped area of play, and a woodland play trail, allotments, an orchard, and 2 playing fields, 2 sports pitches. So the access, obviously internal roads, pedestrian routes 5 metres segregated, 2 north to south cycle pedestrian routes 3 metres wide. And these were all negotiated widths to best accommodate people, following concerns that they weren't wide enough. The circular pedestrian route, 3 public electrical vehicle charging points. The precise locations of those isn't set quite yet. It was set, but obviously it was subject to Section 38 agreement, so we'll maybe need to move them. A bus stop, community bike pool, bike shelter, a maintenance hub and drinking fountain, 1,577 allocated parking spaces and 237 visitor spaces, EV charging points for all dwellings, which is now a requirement of Part S of the building regulations, and cycle parking, bin recycling stores, foul and surface water, a number of drainage basins for surface water attenuation, a main sewage connection to Magdalen Lane, a sewage pumping station. The basins would be protected from the predicted 1 in 100 year event, plus an allowance for climate change, a 40% allowance for climate change rather than the 30% allowance at the principal decision stage, a 10% allowance for urban creep, which was not included at the principal decision stage, and an allowance of 3.5 litres per second discharge from the school site. Energy efficiency, this has been raised quite a lot in the representations. Since the application was reconsulted on, the bill and regs have changed, and so the energy efficiency has actually been upgraded for the proposed dwellings. So a lot of the representations raised this, and so it has changed. The energy efficiency of the dwellings has now been updated, and it will comply with the 2021 building regulations, because obviously when the application came in, those hadn't kicked in. The 3 phases of dwellings constructed, which took into account the 2013 building regs, will now be divided between 2021 and 2025. Dwellings to comply with 2021 regs would have 850 square metres of PV panels, passive design measures, gas-fired combination boilers, EV points. Dwellings to comply with 2025 regs would have 1,180 square metres roof-mounted PV panels, air source heat pumps. This will be confirmed once future legislation for the future home standards are known. And last, a skills academy. I'll say a bit more about that later. Effectively a building containing classrooms and a workshop. I'm going to present the proposals in the order that they appear in the report. Reserve matters is where we consider those details that were not approved at outline. At outline, the means of access was agreed, which leaves us with appearance, landscaping, layout and scale, which are the remaining 4 reserve matters. And that's how the report is structured and how I have structured it. I've already explained the principle. I've said the outline's been granted and set various parameters and so on and so forth. So starting with appearance, it's a very large site and you wouldn't want all the housing to look the same. And so we have negotiated at great length to have some variety within the site so that you have different areas of housing reflecting where they are on the site and different parts of the existing town. Excuse me. This breaks down effectively to 5 character areas, for want of a better word. The applicant has given them useful names, and I think the names are apt, starting with the central Veers, which effectively is the centre of the site around the loop road I showed you earlier. We then have the core neighbourhood, and I'm going to say what these look like in a moment. The core neighbourhood is the areas on each side of the central area. Park Edge, this is along the river corridor and along the open space that will be abutting the west of the town. Countryside Edge is on the southern edge where it abuts the A35, but actually the countryside, and Veers Farm. And then last of all, Westmead is that little strip of land on West Road. So taking the first character area, I mean, I'm not going to go through every single detail on this slide. We can come back to the questions. The first one is the central versus, that central area around the loop road. This picks up on they've referenced South Street. This picks up on the character of Bridport in the more dense part of the town. There's a real street. And above is an impression of it, and that's actually from the proposals. That's their interpretation of the real street. The central verse would be flats, terraces, semi-detached, detached houses, varied, colourful, lots of architectural detail, a variety of materials, and I think we saw that in here. There's obviously a lot of different materials, brick, stone, render, and so on. The core neighbourhood, fewer materials because we're obviously it's more suburban in character. The core neighbourhood would consist of flats, terraces, semi-detached, detached, a more muted architectural detail, I mean less fancy detailing, more refined palette materials, fewer materials. That's a real part of Bridport that they've reflected on. This is in the proposals. Park Edge, that's the part facing the river corridor. Semi and detached houses, again, refined materials. So obviously we've got a different character going on. We've got detached houses, that's an example in Bridport, not far from the site, and this is their interpretation of it. And I think so far everything's been quite a faithful interpretation of Bridport. Countryside Edge, this is that southern edge facing the A35 and Veers Farm. This is semi-detached, detached, terraced houses. Different architectural detail, obviously, to distinguish it from the other housing that we've looked at. These are some real examples of that character in Bridport, not far from the site, very close to the site, in fact, and this is their interpretation of it. And finally, Park Edge, which is that strip of land, it's not, sorry, Park Edge, not Westmead, which was that strip of land on West Road itself. West Road, as you know, has some quite old buildings along it. Park Edge, again, has a semi-detached and detached houses, very much influenced by the listed toll house, which abuts it, which I'll say more about later. So these are some of the street scenes. All of those street scenes are within the central Veers area. They're accurate. They show the topography. If you look at the bottom one, there's quite a slope on the land, so the buildings step down, which is what you do. Again, we've got a slope, buildings step, which is correct. We've got some three-storey buildings, not many, but that adds a bit of interest. We've got chimney stacks, we've got nice architectural detailing. The central Veers is obviously going to be the most frequented part of the development, because obviously it's on the loop road. Most people would pass it before they went to other parts of the site. So we've got the most interesting detail here. And street scenes, the core neighbourhood, which are the two areas on each side of the central area. Again, we've got quite characterful looking development. Countryside Edge, that was on the southern side of adjoining Veers Farm and the A35. I think it's what we might expect. And finally, the Park Edge and Westmead. Park Edge was facing the river corridor. We've got detached houses, space between them. And then on Westmead, we've got quite low density development where it adjoins the listed building Toll House, with a gap left to improve the setting of Toll House. Now, these are CGIs, so they're pretty up to scratch, and I think they speak for themselves. So this is quite useful. It shows the segregated cycle pedestrian route, which would link with the town centre. Shows buildings, obviously, right up to the street, so to speak. Bottom one's also from the central area. That's the area around the Loop Road. So we've got, higher density, but we've got characterful buildings. You've got nice dental features there. You've got arches above the windows, nice feature to get. You've got traditional doors and windows. You've got a rounded door hood. You've got railings. You've got brick walls. You've got enclosure. You've got public and private space, and it all works very well. Again, the central Veers. These are where you've got some open spaces within the development where houses would face it. There's obviously a slope. See the building stepping up? That's nice. We've got these flat-headed dormer windows, traditional feature of Bridport and Dorset. Hood porch, again the brick arches, some stone. Note the variety of materials. Bridport's like that. You see a lot of different colours. It's very colourful. I think this is a faithful interpretation. And then core neighbourhood. This is the more suburban part of the development. So you've got less architectural detailing, and you've still got some. You've still got this formal treatment to the lower portion of the building, which is quite nice. Mix of materials. It's obviously fewer materials, so there's more brick and render. And then the Park Edge, that's the southern part of the site that's obviously facing out onto the countryside. So I think that covers the appearance. The appearance of the community infrastructure, I will come to under the landscaping section, because they sort of overlap. Because that's the next thing I'm going to just review. The landscaping of the site effectively includes these features on here. There's the woodland walk. There's a country park along the river corridor. The sports pitches, mugger, neep, 2 leaps, there's there and there. Allotments, an orchard here. The landscaping also includes the suds, drainage features, other open space. There's obviously other open space you can see here. There is a circular walk. And this is the more detailed plan, which I won't go through everything on it because there's a lot there. But it does show, for example, veteran trees which are being retained within public open spaces. There's one there. There's a very fine veteran tree there. There's actually one that's off the plan, I'm afraid. Oops. It also shows hedgerows which are being retained and augmented. This one on the western boundary with the A35 being augmented. This hedgerow is being retained along the shared cycle pedestrian route to the town centre, to Magdalen Lane and through Dreadnought Industrial Estate. Other hedgerows are being retained and augmented. Obviously, some hedgerows inevitably are lost, but that was accepted at the outline stage, and hedgerow compensation payments for off-site mitigation were calculated. All of this is covered in the Landscape Environment Management Plan, LEMP, which forms part of the document. It also includes tree-lined streets, which is, you can just see them. So on the main loop road, we've got basically a tree-lined street, which is quite nice, an avenue effectively, which is an emphasis in the current MPPF. And we've also got the green movement link. This is the existing access to Veers Farm, but that's retained. This is one of the leaps, leap number 1. So it's got all the equipment that you'd expect of the leap, is an acceptable layout. This would be provided. Leap number 2, that's the bottom or southern edge of the site. You can see the sort of play equipment, slide, bouncy thing, a net. It looks a bit dangerous, doesn't it? Then we've got a neep and a mugger, which would a multi-use games area, which would be next to the sports pitches, and that shows the equipment on it. There are the 2 sports pitches. This was revised from one large single senior pitch to 2 junior pitches. Sport England have been neutral on this provision. They think that it would be better not to provide anything at all, but it is required in the outline that they do provide sports pitch provision, and it will be provided. The developer will build it. It also includes changing rooms, which have been designed to meet Sport England requirements so that they are inclusive. There's the neep and the mugger. Those are the changing rooms. So, next on to layout of the housing. Again, the layout follows the character areas that we had before, which you probably know now. So looking first at the central Veers character area, that's a typical block that's shown there, and there's a cross-section at the bottom. I'll go quickly on this. Higher density, frontage, perimeter block development, terraces, semis, all houses following a strict building line, as you can see, parking mostly to the rear. Core neighbourhood, that was the more suburban area. Buildings slightly set back from the road, so not on the road. Following a building line, though, gaps between the buildings, so the buildings are less dense. Park edge, again, a continuous band of buildings, perimeter blocks, slightly set back, again, from the road, more widely spaced, as you can see there. Countryside edges are 2 types, depending on where they are. This first type A is an informal scattering of buildings adjacent to the Veers Farm listed building. It was required by us to improve the setting of the listed building so that it didn't feel so hemmed in with development. The idea is that this scattered group of buildings resembles the scattered character of buildings you find around farms. And then countryside type B, again, setback buildings, widely spaced. And finally, Westmead, which is on West Road. Frontage development, as you expect, because that's what you find in West Road. And an area that's going to be given over to public open space next to the toll house to improve the setting of the toll house. Layout of the roads. Obviously, the roads were somewhat set in the outline permission, so what we have now does pretty much follow that. So we have the link to Magdalen Lane, we have the link to Pine View. We've obviously got the loop road from the two fixed points of access from West Road. They are required to provide access to the school. They are required to provide access to the mixed-use land. This actually accords with what was also approved outline was an access and movement strategy. That was approved by a condition on the outline permission. We've got the segregated cycle and footway running through the site. 20-mile-per-hour design speed throughout the site. Public right-of-ways, some will need to be diverted. That was a given. Obviously, you can't build housing and not have to move rights-of-way. But new rights-of-way or permissive routes will be provided, obviously, the circular route that we talked about, the country park and so on and so forth. The drainage was agreed and outlined to be a conceptual strategy of surface water management based on attenuated discharge to the river. What that effectively means is that you capture water in suds or drainage features like these, and then it discharges slowly to the river. This is highly technical. I'm not going to talk too much about it because obviously we have experts who looked at this and have looked and agreed to it. It was subject to 5, I think, conditions on the outline plan permission. Some of those conditions don't need to be discharged until the houses are built, but 2 do. Those two conditions, which I'll talk about later, are still in negotiation with the Environment Agency and the applicants. Effectively, so the surface water will drain to these drainage features. These blue lines show effectively how it drains the site. And the foul would be connected to Alexandra Road via a pumping station. The pumping station is here somewhere. I can't see very well on this plan, but it's in approximately this location. The site makes provision for the required 35%, but now 40% affordable housing, which is quite a high level. So that's 35% would have been 266 dwellings. We've got an additional 36 on top of that. The affordable housing is pepper-potted around the site. There's been criticism that it's in blocks. Well, that's because it's the only way RSLs, registered social landlords, can deliver it. They cannot deliver it reasonably if it's too scattered. I think that this is assimilated within the open market housing very well. The different colours relate to the different types. So it's affordable, intermediate blue, affordable rented pink. And then the self-build are here and somewhere else there, yeah. So there's 6 potential plots. We are approving the designs of those houses, but presumably if somebody wanted to build something different, they would have to come in with a new application for a different looking house. You might remember at the very beginning, one of the plans approved outline was scale and density plan. Effectively, this development does fairly closely accord with that plan. This shows obviously the density on the left. The more dense is the central area around the loop roads. That's the core, Veers core. Building heights, again, we've got the heights shown here. So it is in accordance with the outline. We mentioned energy efficiency. I mentioned this again because a lot of people objected. So when we went out to reconsultation, the applicants were proposing 250 under the 2013 building regs. Now that's now 0. So previously there were 270 under the 2021 regs. That's now increased to 318. So we have got an uplift in efficiency, energy efficiency for the proposed dwellings. The Bridport Town Council have issue with this because it seems to conflict with the Bridport Area Neighbourhood Plan. However, the policies in the BANP are a should or is desirable rather than must, and so we cannot require all the dwellings to be to 2025 building regulations in 2022. It's simply a matter of fact. Just some quick shots of the site. There isn't much public access to the land because it's private farmland. There are public rights of way that go through it, and those are used. This is West Road. The toll house that I mentioned, the listed building, is behind that tree. This is where the Westmead development, that little strip that would be the most obvious part of the development, actually, because it would be actually on West Road, so what we called Westmead. The area immediately behind Westmead, this area here, wouldn't be developed, because you might remember there was a band of countryside between West Road and the development, so the development doesn't come up to West Road. There's the toll house, and this is where the Westmead frontage development would be. And just there is a veteran tree, and that's next to the east access. We are looking what would be the central Veers, the more dense core part of the development. We're looking across the river, which is there. You can't see the river. And then we're looking across the river back towards Bridport. And you see that the site is actually not abutting directly many houses. There's Veers Farmhouse, the other listed building that we highlighted, because obviously the development would wrap around it. See there? And the top view, we're looking back towards the town. Again, you don't see much of the town. Obviously, it depends where you are on the site, because the land slopes. One thing to highlight or mention is that these key viewpoints have been captured in the design of the development. So the streets have been aligned to take in views of distant features. And it's not an opportunity you often get on housing estates, is to capture views of the surrounding countryside, because you don't normally have the topography to lend it to it. But we do have that here, and so the opportunity has been taken with the alignment of the streets. In this photo, which is too small, you can see the central Bridport. Of course, that would be a vista down a street lined with houses. At the moment, obviously, it's open land. So this is what would be the countryside edge, looking over the core neighbourhood, which is the more suburban part, towards the town centre. And last, excuse me, we're in what would be the central versus the denser part, looking north towards the school site. The school site's this brownish land. and sports pitches is the green. So finally, onto the recommendation. The recommendation is subject to delegated authority being granted to the head of planning and the service manager for development management and enforcement for the approval of the reserve matters, subject to the discharge of any outstanding conditions on the outline permission. So we have applications in the background for discharge of 5 conditions, and those haven't been issued yet. They're normally issued by officers with delegated authority because negotiations on some aspects are still ongoing. So condition 2 for the phasing, condition 6 for the design code, condition 7 for the landscape environment management plan, 38 for the road crossings over the river, and 39 for the floor levels of the dwelling. So those are still in negotiation with officers. I mean, they're close to being determined, but they haven't been determined. Those are the only conditions which are required to be approved prior to approval of the reserve matters, which is why we're asking that if the council agree that the authority should be delegated to the head of planning subsequently following discharge of the conditions. I think that's probably what I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Very comprehensive report. I just wanted to check with the committee this, to verify or confirm that they have received the update sheets, which includes further information and statements sent out last night. Yeah? Okay. Well, I'll then go on to public speaking. And the first person I've got on my list to speak is Mr. Barry Bates. Mr. Bates, would you address the committee? And please speak directly into the microphone, and you have 3 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to raise my 3 questions. I was present at the outline planning hearing. The committee then were directed only to concern themselves with access issues and were assured there would be time to examine other issues at the reserved matters stage. Well, that promise has been well and truly broken. This major moment in Bridport's history is consigned not to a full day's discussion, but to just another agenda item, rather like a bungalow extension. People have been refused their requests to speak. So my first request to you as councillors, our elected representatives, is to defer the item and set it again as a single item meeting. My second request, knowing that you're unlikely to overturn the outline planning permission, is to refuse approval for the present plans and ask the developers and council officers to address the substantial concerns which have been consistently raised since 2013. These were not addressed in the plans submitted and have been glossed over in the officer's report and almost totally ignored today. What you have before you is a massive housing estate with a few sweeteners thrown in. The officer's report admits the lack of a proper master plan. So I ask the committee members, how can you approve a scheme when you have no plans before you for the employment land, which was the essential part of a mixed-use scheme? Where there is a total disregard for the impacts on the town itself, such as car parking, the pressure on medical facilities and services. Where there is such minimal acknowledgement of the climate emergency which you as a council have declared. I think it also contravenes the Equalities Act. But I urge you also to take independent assessments on the sewerage and flooding threats. My correspondence with Wessex Water confirms the officer's report that detailed plans have yet to be agreed. Vague plans should not be enough. Wessex Water is an off-watch list for repeated discharges into rivers and sea. And just remember that the residents of Carlisle and Bedford were once similarly reassured that new housing would not flood local streets. You might ask, why the rush? National Highways have admitted to me that the decision to allow the on-site construction before the roundabout is complete is driven by commercial considerations, not public safety. It is about allowing the developers to put up as many houses before the 2025 regulations kick in. Now, the officers will tell you not to worry, delegate it to us. Not so. As the report makes clear, they haven't been able to insist on houses meeting the national described space standards. It is vital that you, our elected representatives, withhold approval until these major issues are discussed. Bridport and its surrounding area deserve better. Now, a postponement would afford you the time to carry out my third request. Please undertake a site visit. That cycle pedestrian route ends at the bus station. Vehicular access on Wessex Road. Of the construction traffic simultaneously taking place at the roundabout and Miles Cross. Back in 2013,
Could I?
concluded this site was not viable. I think the failure of the authority.
Mr. Bates, could I ask you to summarise, please?
You're a long way off being acceptable. Please respond to the concerns of your fellow residents. Please delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Your questions will be answered when the officer replies with salient points regarding your concerns. The next person I've got to speak on my list is Mr. John Guy. Mr. Guy, you've got 3 minutes.
My name's John Guy and I live in Bridport. The housing proposed will increase the population of Bridport by between 16% and 20% over the 8-year build period, something never seen in this area. Dorset Council's own 25-year growth prediction for the entire area is 8.4%. I'm concerned that without an appropriate strategy for the timing of work on the whole site, the infrastructure of Bridport area will be very badly affected. The outline planning approval calls for an integrated development with a number of separate elements in order to achieve a coordinated solution for the site. It was expected that these elements would proceed in parallel, reflecting the fact that they're all very much interdependent. From the published documents, we see that a number of these elements will either be delayed or have an uncertain future. These include the employment land, the school, the community centre and the care home. The employment land is not planned to be developed until after 400 homes are occupied. Without local workplaces being provided, new residents will have to commute to more distant places of work, probably along the already crowded A35. The intention to wait so long is not a sensible strategy, especially when the officer report attached to the outline permission proposes a more coordinated scheme. Whilst the council's documents tell us that the school site will be transferred to the council before development has started, the Section 106 documents refer to transfer on completion of the 50th house. A delay in providing school places for the first children on the site would result in them having to use schools off-site. Could this be clarified, please? The care home construction will not start until some 684 houses are occupied, therefore some 7 or 8 years after work starts. Completion of the proposed roundabout at the Miles Cross junction is timed for occupation of the first house, so probably 2 years after initial site work has started. Meanwhile, site traffic would have to use the existing junction. Simply by adjusting some parts of the Section 106 agreement, I believe that we can get to an integrated solution which works much better. I would ask the parties involved to use the Section 106 provision, which specifically allows amendments to be negotiated. This is a logical and sensible option which would benefit the local population enormously. And finally, I would ask that funding provisions for Bridport Medical Centre are re-examined, especially in light of the medical centre's recent warning of the issues that it faces. As proposed, they would receive only about half of what would be awarded to Bridport Leisure Centre. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Guy. The next person I've got on my list is Mr. John Grantham. Mr. Grantham, would you address the committee? You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Yep, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, councillors and everyone. This development plan is flawed and based on yesteryear research. Take traffic. Research from 2015 is pre the effects on public services of COVID, pre Brits having access to really hot holidays and staycations in the UK, pre such flight cancellations, and pre 7-hour passport clearing waits. So UK holidaymakers on our roads will surely exceed 2015 projections in the coming years. Perversely, a Miles Cross roundabout will probably encourage more drivers to fork left into Bridport, hitting that terrible Allington pinch point hazard. 7 years on, new research is essential. Then there's climate change. Dorset Council, to their credit, publicly declared a Dorset climate emergency, even before UK temperatures hit over 40 degrees, before the terrifying bush and house fires in Wennington and London. What we need in this climate crisis are solar panels, productively using the roofs of all new houses built, and not using up productive ground. But the current plan will see most homes fitted with old fossil fuel-friendly combi engines. Is that what we and buyers want, knowing these must be ripped out within a few years and retrofitted? Buyers would surely love the energy cost savings from solar. Timing details of the land plan to produce employment opportunities are unclear. So from the very start, the houses built will attract in huge numbers of retirees and second home buyers. Do Dorset Council and Bridport want that? Then the alternative pedestrian route from Foundry Lee is via Magdalen Road and Tannery Road, taking people, dogs, prams, children, motorised buggies and wheelchairs. All will have to navigate a pavement width as they turn right into West Street, at one point by a street lamp of just 1.18 metres, as measured yesterday, and just 1.37 metres 30 yards before Waitrose. You already see people stepping perilously into the busy road to pass each other, but this plan could increase the numbers, doing this 2- or 3-fold, given the additional residents from the 760 new homes. I ask, how alert is the Council to the increased risk of danger and to road accidents this development could bring? Councillors who've not yet seen it must have the chance to visit that narrow pavement stretch in use. And if I may, I formally request that the Head of Highways is proactively asked to positively and openly support or reject the much increased use of this narrow 1.18 metres wide pavement, and that my request is now kindly minuted. We can't just turn a blind eye. In conclusion, let's not approve the reserved matters today, but meet again when councillors are appraised of the full facts and answers, and we can all move ahead together. I'm sure there can be a plan, but everything must first be right and fully thought through. Bridport has a proud 1,100 years history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grantham. Right, my next person to speak on my list is Mr. Phil Somerton. Mr. Somerton, if you'd like to address the committee, again, you have 3 minutes.
Bridport resident. In May 2019, Dorset Council took the bold step to declare a climate emergency. now 3 years later, as elected members of the Planning Committee, you have an opportunity to be equally as bold in refusing a Foundry Lee application until changes are made to make the carbon emissions from this massive housing development truly minimised. I have a number of questions that I would like the case officer to provide answers to, and I'd like the chair of the Planning Committee to make sure I do receive full answers to the questions. I would like the Planning Committee members to consider these questions and the answers received in making their decision on this application. There are serious deficiencies in the reserved matters application in relation to climate emergency, and I urge the committee to hold back approval until these issues are fully reserved. Building standards. Barrett's website boasts of a Z house which will meet or exceed the 2025 building standards. So why the rush to build phase 1 of Foundry Lee to the old standards? My question to Dorset Council is, have you discussed with the developers increasing the numbers of houses built to the higher 2025 standards? Solar panels. The house plans include a total of 2,030 square metres of solar panels. For 760 houses, this means just 2.6 square metres of solar panels per house. Typically, the recommended maximum domestic solar system has around about 26 square metres. On a rudimentary basis, this would suggest there is scope to increase the number of solar panels by a factor of 10. My question to Dorset Council is, have you asked for an increase in the use of solar panels? Underfloor heating. There's no mention in the plans about the use of underfloor heating. Underfloor heating is easily installed as part of the build schedule, and for a gas boiler-based system is up to 25% more efficient than radiators. Heat pumps. The sole consultant's report dismisses the use of heat pumps for phase 1 because of financial reasons, and also the visual implications of the external plant units. My question is, what discussions has Dorset Council had with the developers on reducing carbon emissions by including underfloor heating and also by including heat pumps? Electricity supply. Western Power have advised that Bridport electric grid is old and unsuitable for a mass housing development. However, Western Power noted with significant investment in the Foundry Lee electric infrastructure, there is scope for an all-electric development. My question is, what consultations have Dorset Council actually had with Western Power on the potential for an all-electric development, on the impact of this development on the local electric grid, and have you received assurances from Western Power that the proposed development will not degrade the service provided to Bridport residents? So in conclusion, I ask the Planning Committee members to live up to their Council's declaration of a climate emergency. Please refuse approval. Please channel your inner Oliver Twist by asking for more from the developers to combat the climate emergency. Thank you.
Keeps on moving around. Okay, thank you very much indeed. The next person I've got on my list to speak is Mr. Gavin Fryer. Mr. Fryer, would you address the committee, please? You have 3 minutes.
I'm Gavin Fryer from Bridport. Foundry Lee development scheme used to raise serious concerns. The council of itself can do nothing. Representatives of the public are elected to serve on council to take decisions. On them alone, responsibility rests, including accountability to the community. The scheme will inevitably increase the number of vehicles on local roads. Pollution from vehicles includes noise, vibration of buildings, and dirt, fumes, and toxic gases from petrol and diesel fuel, such as high levels of nitrogen dioxide that persist in local streets. Council must set good standards of air quality that reduce pollution. Widespread electric-powered private transport is not imminent. The continuous flow of permissions for development must take account of these levels. We need to be told what action is being taken to reduce pollution. The site is prone to flooding that has been recorded for 250 years. In winter, even summer, Foundry Lee that borders on local river has standing floodwater, not 1 in 100, but most years. The committee and council must satisfy themselves that sufficient controls on flooding and surface water runoff are in place before allowing this scheme to proceed. Processing of sewage and effluent has been the subject of inadequate accountability. Wessex Water is subject to special measures by Ofwat for discharges into rivers and the sea. Council and this committee must satisfy themselves that totally adequate facilities are put in place to deal with all effluent and surface water, reporting to the public what action has been taken. Trees counteract the effects of pollution and flood risk. Planning approval for all significant development must be expressed subject to conditions that secure a scheme for planting of trees and hedgerows. Council states it is committed to preserving and improving qualities of the environment. As to medical services, ask the doctors what they have to say about the effects of pollution as cause of respiratory and cardiac illness. The electorate rightly seeks assurances from council on their concerns for continued safety and health of local residents, since so little appears to have been done. Detailed permission for the present application must be deferred until solutions to these and other concerns raised by the public are in place to satisfy all reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fryer. The next name I've got on my list who's requested to speak is Mr. Guy Dickinson. Mr. Dickinson, would you now please address the committee? You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I am Dr. Guy Dickinson, Chair of West Dorset CPRE. I would like, if I may, to comment on just 2 aspects of this application. Firstly, again, the climate emergency that Dorset Council itself has declared, as we've heard. I understand that the houses are planned to be built divided between 2021 and 2025 building regulations. Those under 2021 have gas boilers and a smaller area of the panels in 2025. However, neither take full advantage of the brand new roof space as well as an opportunity to insulate all houses to the highest standards with no carbon producing heat sources. I'm afraid I think it's a scandal. The Committee on Climate Change says all new homes need to be operationally net zero by 2030. Building regulations should be for minimum standards. Knowing that by 2025 heat pumps will be standard, it is surely best to fit all new homes with them right now. Like Europe, we also need to stop being dependent on gas. And of course, the price continues to rise. Also, buyers of these brand new houses will be faced with unnecessary and large upgrade bills in the not too distant future. This is either an emergency or it is not. It isn't a part emergency. We believe that this committee should insist on at least 100% net zero now. If there is to be approval of this application, it should be deferred until there are binding plans put forward before the committee to implement full net zero. In addition, CPRE often campaigns against large solar parks on fields, especially when little or no effort is made to put them on the obvious place, roofs. The world is in a worsening crisis, and our ability to feed ourselves is already critical. Secondly, concerning the area of outstanding natural beauty, in which this huge building estate is planned to be built, simply, once again, the AONB has been ignored. How can Dorset Council honestly say it has had regard for the AONB, let alone be proud of it, while allowing it to disappear under housing estates? What is the point of designating this country's finest landscapes if you build all over them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickinson. Right, I can now invite Catherine Pennington and David Matthews, who are the joint applicants, to address the committee. You have a maximum of 6 minutes. Over to you, Ms. Pennington.
Thank you and good morning, Chair and members. My name is Catherine Pennington and I'm a Director of Vistry Partnerships, and I'm here today on behalf of the consortium delivering the Foundry Lead development. The presentation you've had from the officer this morning is a testament to the collaboration over the last 12 months between the district, town and parish councils, officers, other public agencies, the Housing Association, ABRI, the CLT and the community, including local groups, which also include Adverse. A lot of hard work and responsible engagement by all the stakeholders has taken place over the last 12 months, and this culminates in the positive recommendation presented to you today. We will all be aware of the history of the scheme. However, as the new owners, we have worked hard to focus on the future and positives that the scheme will offer. It has been a pleasure working with all the stakeholders to listen to concerns and ideas and to adapt the scheme design as the process evolved. We believe this has been an exemplar approach to community engagement, and we would like to publicly thank everyone involved. This is an important development for the community, and therefore I'd like to outline some of the key additional benefits, both included in the Section 106 and in addition. Most importantly, for the 302 families that I'd ask you to consider, the provision of 266 106 affordable homes. We are also providing an additional 36 affordable homes over and above the Section 106 agreement. These are already in contract with the Housing Association ABRI. In addition, working with the Community Land Trust, we're looking to deliver 6 of the Section 106 affordable homes through the Community Land Trust. This is a significant contribution to the housing need of the area. Working with Wessex Community Assets and Train for All, we're providing a skills academy and a wood hub, which will provide apprenticeships, employment, training and mentoring, in particular for carpentry and joinery, and the use of locally sourced zero-carbon materials and modern methods of construction. The need for carpentry and joinery skills was expressed by the Wessex Community Assets team as a particular skills gap and much needed for maintaining the quantum of historic and traditional buildings in Bridport. A comprehensive programme of wider social value benefits is planned, including considerable direct and indirect investment in the local economy in terms of construction contracts, trade organisation investment and direct employment. We'll be providing service land and a financial contribution for the new proposed school. There are play areas, the Woodland Park, 2 sports pitches and an enhanced changing room facility at the consortium's cost, which will enable local clubs and organisations to generate an income stream. We will be delivering the roundabout onto the A35 to improve safety with a build programme of approximately 26 weeks, which will start as soon as we possibly can and will be delivered before the next summer traffic. There will be a 5-metre pedestrian and cycle route, as you've seen on the presentation, and we've also widened the bridge access to Magdalen Lane in response to local accessibility concerns raised to us by local groups. We're exceeding the 10% biodiversity net gains with 11.5% for habitat and 30.39% for hedgerows, and we will be planting over 750 new trees plus additional significant hedgerow planting. All in all, that equates to 58 trees and hedges per hedge planting per new home. There's a comprehensive drainage strategy that will improve the outline planning approved drainage solution. There will be electric vehicle charging points to all homes where practically possible, plus communal charging points and a community electric bike pool, all in addition to the Section 106. There will be the sustainability measures, which I understand is a concern, but are based on a fabric-first approach to improving energy efficiency, plus the use of PV panels. These do already exceed the new 2021 building regulations, which requires a 31% CO2 improvement. And where future home standards are clarified, because we don't yet know exactly what they will be, and when they come into effect, we will fully comply with them. The design quality now reflects the vernacular and legacy of Bridport over time. We have welcomed the suggestions from stakeholders, and this has impacted positively on design, landscaping, and connectivity with the existing community of Bridport. We hope you agree that the scheme is well designed, high quality, and thought through. The consortium own the residential and infrastructure land, and we intend to commence development immediately upon approval in parallel with the roundabout, and we will adhere fully to all of the Section 106 obligations. Whilst we are not the landowners of the employment land, we are in regular dialogue with the landowner, and we will be fully servicing the employment and school land in full compliance with the Section 106, and this will support full integration and delivery of the mixed-use elements as you would expect to see with a development of this nature. I would like to offer our thanks again to the councillors, officers, working groups and all the stakeholders involved, and pledge that we will continue to work collaboratively post-planning, including, for example, on finalising the construction management plan, the KEMP. The Reserve Matters application has no technical objection and importantly will deliver the desperately needed affordable homes. That's 302 affordable homes for local families. That's 302 families, plus families for sale. So important for the community of Bridport. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to read out a statement on behalf, as applicant. My name is David Matthews from Barrett Homes, but I'd like to read out a statement on behalf of the retained employment landowner who has offered his support. Reading on behalf of Philip Kerr, representative of the landowner Simmonsbury Estate. He has represented the estate for 15 years, and although the planning process at Veers Farm to this point in time, the landowner takes seriously the main tenets of the current planning permission, in particular the employment land, which has been owned for many years. Although the land is not presently sold to a developer, it is held as a development opportunity for the estate, not dissimilar to other assets built up over the decades and now delivering employment, space, jobs and community events with beverage and food offering. It is demonstrably part of the commercial fabric of Bridport. The landowner wholeheartedly understands and engages with the concepts of the Veers Farm and will bring about a high-quality scheme to ensure the entrance to the town and Simmonsbury from the west is attractive, lasting and good for the community. In order to achieve delivery in a timely way, we have entered into a binding contract with the residential developers for them to provide the relevant infrastructure in accordance with the planning consent. Indeed, we continue to liaise and act in concert so the land and all buildings can be delivered to market in line with the planning consent, and that the granting of residential planning consent automatically makes the delivery of the employment land. Hence, we support this application. There are strong inquiries from occupiers in the locality and wider afield, and the usual businesses typical to a town of the size of Bridport. Such is the array of occupier demand, we need to take time to assimilate and plan them carefully. We're not conventional developers, and so the timescales need to be managed, but we will not thwart the spirit or the letter of the outline planning consent, which is now in place, and have that support from the developer. We think it's quite possible to manage this practically. We look forward to seeing the current detailed application come to fruition, so in turn commercially viable projects and employment can mature and be delivered on the employment land when the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Pennington and David Matthews. Thank you for your input. I would now like to invite Councillor Paul Hartman of Simmonsbury Parish Council to address the committee. Please speak directly into the microphone. You have approximately 3 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's Paul Hartman and I represent Simmonsbury Parish Council. Given the importance of Veers Farm development and its potential effect on Simmonsbury Parish rural area and the interface with Bridport Town, we recognise the benefit of some of the positive changes already made to the Reserve Matters application. We have been party to the consultation process for some time. It is understood, however, there is no perfect solution. We do feel, however, there is a requirement for further improvement in the amended proposals. The key points are as follows. Number one, the provision of a fully integrated, comprehensive development solution for the whole site and its interface with its immediate environs. In particular, a commitment to design and provide infrastructure utilities services for the comprehensive development fully concluded with service providers. Number two, improvements to the access and connectivity of the immediate area, the town centre and importantly the rural routes, especially for pedestrians, cycle and horseback, including the crossing of the A35, which is currently quite a block. This means that the site does not become a self-contained island site and reduces congestion on already pressurised local roads, as well as improving safety for all. The next one is the provision of a more balanced approach to the residential mix and unit design within the street scene to create an optimum harmonious sense of place rather than a facade stage set. We must remember that the actual spaces in and around the buildings themselves are as important as the buildings and their facades. The next one, already mentioned earlier by the planning officer, is provide a true pepper-potted individual unit affordable housing solution rather than the current affordable housing block solution. We must remember that we need to be inclusive with everybody understanding when they move into an area, they can't be discerned differently from anybody else. That's very important. Next one is to ensure that the external lighting design minimises light pollution and reflects the needs of the climate emergency in the energy sector. The next one, provide further improvements to the soft landscape proposals to ensure a balanced graduation of increased mature tree provision through adult trees to the whips planted, not just to have small whips. This will increase the area tree cover and protect the mature trees that will be in decline. Lastly, to improve the flood alleviation proposals to provide a balanced solution upstream and downstream that also protects the aquifers below and around, together with the springs, and also assuring plant and biodiversity habitat provision, especially in the floodplain areas. In summary, Symmersbury Parish believes that the further improvements mentioned are material to the consideration and will help develop a successful overall solution which will contribute positively to the future of Symmersbury and Bridport. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartman. Right, I will now call on James Lytton-Travers to respond with any salient points he may wish to clarify related to the comments made by the speakers. I will then, possibly following that, call on Steve Savage, the Highways, to see if he has any contribution to make as well. So over to you, James.
I think a number of the points are addressed in my report. So if anyone's seen my responses in the report, I will go over, though, the salient points as the chairman has asked me to. There is, somebody raised, Mr. Bates raised the issue about car parking. We'll say that was looked at in granting the outline permission. It's not something we can revisit, having granted outline permission for 760 dwellings. Medical facilities, that was addressed with contribution at the outline stage, secured through the Section 106 agreement. It was calculated as being adequate at the time, and I wouldn't have thought that it would have changed that very much. I did talk about sewerage provision within the presentation. That's obviously agreed with Wessex Water and the Environment Agency and other stakeholders, and is subject to detailed conditional discharge of conditions at a later point. The National Design Space Standards is in the report. Unfortunately, the local plan policy uses the word should comply with NDSS, not must. So we are on slightly cautious ground as to whether we can require every single dwelling to comply with NDSS. However, as I point out in the report, it's a very small number of the overall number of dwellings, and in spite of the small number being below NDSS, we consider that the space provided would provide adequate and suitable living conditions for future occupants. And that's the main issue. I explained that there would be a cycle route through the site, segregated, 5 metres. That was raised too by Mr. Bates. Mr. Guy said that it was too big a scheme and that the timing was coming ahead of infrastructure such as the medical centre and so on and so forth. Well, I have pointed out in that table, do you remember, all the contributions for various things that would be required. and that does cover that. And it was something that was considered at the outline stage. Is not something we can revisit. There was a comment that it wasn't integrated. I can't remember what the context was. I think if it meant that the housing is not integrated with the town, well, it's as reasonably close to the town as you'll ever get. And the mixed use and the school and so on are very near to it. So I would consider that it is an integrated scheme. The school doesn't have to be delivered on day one, obviously not. You need a critical mass of people to use it. You can't build a school with no pupils. So obviously you need a critical mass of housing to be provided before you provide other facilities. The timing of those facilities was set out in the 106. We can't change that. If people think it's a long wait, several hundred dwellings to provide this and that, that was set out in the 106 and was agreed to be reasonable. We can't change that. We cannot revisit that. The employment land's obviously in a different ownership. They're not seeking the reserve matters for the employment land at this stage in time. There was a condition on the outline permission that their phasings would be agreed for provision of the employment land. There is a requirement, however, for the applicant to provide a road to the employment land, this current applicant for the housing, and to build the road, I think, 2 metres into the land itself. And there is also a requirement within a certain time frame, it's in the report, I can't remember the exact time frame, for at least 0.4 hectares to be provided, and if it cannot be provided, it needs to be given to Dorset Council to then make provision for it. Comment that the community centre, well, it's not a community centre as such, but the things like community centre aren't being delivered until that number of houses are starting up, so I've covered that. Miles Cross, the applicants just explained that. They say it's going to take 26 weeks to build. They obviously need to discharge the condition for it. That is something that will be agreed with National Highways. Obviously, Dorset Council will receive that application, but obviously we will monitor that and enforce that and make sure that no house is occupied until Miles Cross Roundabout is up and running. Mr. Grantham raised traffic. Well, this was looked at the outline. I'm not sure we can't really revisit it. We looked at tricks, analysis, data to see what the predicted traffic volumes would be, and it was agreed and the outline was granted. We cannot revisit it. The pinch point along West Road and West Allington, rather, we're aware of that. There is a contribution in that table for improvements to West Road and West Allington, including the mini roundabout just before the pinch point. It is what it is. People walking from the proposal to the town centre along that new pedestrian cycle route across Magdalen Lane. So you go over a footbridge, and there is money to improve that footbridge, and that's something that we're looking at. It is a safe route. You don't need to use West Road to get to the town centre. You can go across Magdalen Lane, past the industrial estate, past the skate park and the bus station, which I don't consider a dangerous place to walk through personally, and then through roads, long car parks into the town centre. It's a safe route. West Road is a safe route too. The pavement's narrow, yes, for a small stretch, but people cope. I think people exercise common sense. A lot's been said about the climate emergency and that the houses should come to 2025 standards. I've said why they're not. It's not something that we can require. The BAMP, the BANT, neighbourhood plan policy says that it's desirable to create, sorry, I can't find it. So I've got it here. Actually. Yes, the BANP policy CC3 encourages, where possible, to secure at least 10% of its total unregulated energy from decentralised, renewable or low-carbon sources, clearly improved in Part L of 2025 regulations, improved U values and building services specifications in line with those regulations, with air source heat pumps for space and water heating will meet that 10% of the unregulated energy use. It's in my report, some of the houses may be second homes. There's nothing I can do to stop that. The outline didn't have a restriction on who lived in the houses, whether they be second homes or not. Mr. Somerton wanted more solar panels. I think I've explained that in terms of the building regulations and how they're applicable today. The electricity supply for the town, I'm aware that there's a 12-month lead-in to provide the electricity, so the power provider needs 12-month notice effectively to provide that, and I believe that obviously they have been given notice and that they can comply with it. Air pollution from vehicles, traffic, well, I suppose that comes hand in hand with granting outline permission, accepting that there would be traffic. However, cars are better now than they were then, and they will get better, and cars will pollute less and less. I think that's something that we can at least be certain of. Planting, I believe the planting that's provided is comprehensive. Yes, some of the specimens will be small, but then smaller plants establish much better, actually, than big plants. But there is a lot of planting, as the applicant just said, 750 new trees. That's a lot. Mr. Dickinson of the CPRE, again, mentioned the climate emergency. He also mentioned the AONB. Obviously, we've granted outline in full knowledge that it is an AONB. I believe the scheme does respect the landscape of the AONB. It's Dorset Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty. Councillor Hartman from Symonsbury Parish Council said that we should have a scheme for the entire site before us today. Well, they're not required to do that, and it wouldn't be possible for that to happen where you have different landowners. As I say, there is an expectation that we will get applications for the subsequent uses. I'm certain that Dorset Council intend to build the school. There's a need for it, or there will be. I agree that access to the south of the site, so currently there's a public right-of-way that goes south and meets the A35, which is obviously a fast, dangerous road, and there's no safe crossing, and there is no safe crossing, and it's a shame. There's nothing I can really secure with this application to do anything about that, but we are getting a lot of new footpaths, cycleways, and so on with the scheme. There was criticism that the design was too stage set. I wouldn't agree with that. I think the design does respond well to the town and will be very well placed within it. Pepper potting, I said, it is pepper potted in my view, yet albeit in blocks, but it's not deliverable as just individual units. You cannot provide one flat, for example, in a block of private flats. You have to put them together for it to be deliverable so that they can build it and manage it and look after it. Light pollution was raised. Well, that's certainly something that subsequently any street lighting and so on we would look at quite carefully. That would go down the line. That would be something we would look at. I think in granting a housing estate in an AONB, there's an expectation there's going to be intrusion. There's no doubt about that. But we're not envisaging floodlighting for the sports pitches, for example, because that wouldn't be acceptable. So that would be something we'd look at down the line. And finally, biodiversity. We are getting a net gain on biodiversity net gain. It's in the report. There's a whole package of measures within the LEMP, the Landscape Environment Management Plan, which explain it in considerable detail that I couldn't possibly imagine going into here today, because it would take me too long, but it has been captured. I think I covered all the points that were raised.
Thank you, James. Can we at all call in Mr. Steve Savage online to see if he has any points to raise?
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check that you can hear me okay? Thank you. Just to introduce myself to the members of the public here, my name's Steve Savage. I'm the Council's Transport Development Liaison Manager, and my team provide the Highway Authority's comments as a statutory consultee on planning applications. Now, I think there have been a lot of very valid points made by the objectors to the scheme here, as we've heard today. And I'm here to give you the surety that this application has been fully considered at the actual, let me just put my camera on as well. The application has been fully considered at the outline stage. It was fully supported by a transport assessment that comprehensively considered the development impact on the local highway network. And the important point to note here is it identified the necessary and the justifiable mitigation required. You've heard from your case officer with regards to the Miles Cross roundabout improvement, which has been negotiated. You've heard about the improvements to the mini roundabout to the east of the site, and that traffic management improvements will be carried out along West Road itself, which should hopefully overcome a number of Mr. Grantham's particular concerns. The application was approved at outline with a CEMP, which would be considering the impact of construction traffic. And as Ms Pennington has already told us, it's intended that should permission be granted that the Miles Cross roundabout should be delivered before next summer. This will be subject to a Section 278 agreement with National Highways. This should overcome a lot of the issues that the residents and the local people think could happen with regards to the impact on the highway network. But the intention of a construction traffic management plan is that we look at this, we consider the necessary mitigation, routes to the site, delivery times, etc., to try and mitigate that impact. But there obviously will be some short-term disruption. With regards to the query regarding the validity of the 2017 traffic figures, again, as your case officer has told you, the assessment looked fully at the traffic generation, not only at base year, which at that time was 2018, but at the future year projection, which was a 2027. It allows for traffic growth using a computer program called Tempro, which gives us a really good feel for how traffic will actually increase over that period. Now, again, I take Mr. Grantham's point that the impact of COVID upon us all with regards to traffic movements and the like could change. And may well have changed, and I would also put in the fact that more people are likely to be working from home now. So I think it's fair to say that the projection at the time of the outline is going to give us a very good picture of what is likely to happen. And on that basis, we are still obviously content to accept the outline TA. The bottom line with this one, Chair, is that all of the highway aspects have been fully considered at the outline stage in terms of traffic impact, pedestrian movements, cycle movements, and the necessary mitigation, and it isn't up for discussion now. So hopefully I've given you the surety that that has all been considered. With regards to the internal layout, we've looked at it in terms of adoption, we've looked at it as to what can be adopted, can the refuse vehicles get round, have we got safe pedestrian movements, safe cycle movements, and the recommendation we're making to you as a planning authority is that we're satisfied that everything is going to be safe and appropriate and can be delivered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Steve. Thank you for your interjection. Right, we're going on to the next stage, and that is, are there any questions of a technical nature for the case officer or highways? Councillor Kimber.
Chair, fellow councillors, ladies and gentlemen, whether I get ruled out of order on this point, I'm not sure. We've heard from the public today who've made representation, and I've heard from our officers who've obviously put forward a great deal of work and a great deal of reports. My thinking is that have you considered a site visit for this committee? I believe that in this case it would be very welcome to give us further understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kimber. I'm going to refer back to the case officer to answer that question.
No. I don't have an opinion on that. I would have thought that people could have looked at the site independently. I did consider whether I should take the members on a site visit, but to be honest, you can see most of it from the public highway or the public rights of way, so you could go there by yourself. But what I've shown you in the photographs is what you see. And it is a changing landscape depending on where you're standing. But I don't have an opinion on the request.
Does that satisfy you, Councillor Kimber?
Chair, could I move then that this committee holds a site visit? Why I say that is because I'm very open-minded on this. I recognise the need for houses, and I recognise the need for that we've got to get this right for our communities to thrive. So therefore, if I've got a seconder, I would like to move a site visit.
What we would need really, if we were to take that forward, Councillor Kimber, is reasons for your thoughts about instigating a site visits. Could I hand over to Phil to elaborate on that? Over to you, Phil.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on that particular point and just be clear that we've actually established the principle of the development already in this location. So if there's very specific issues that you wish to actually address, then we would need to know things like the viewpoints or issues in particular that you're concerned about as a committee wanting to see, because it's not about the principle of the development as such. It's about whether or not the site visit is going to assist the committee in reaching a determination on any particular issues that it has concerns or wants to know more that it doesn't have through the presentation or the material that's been submitted. So information about those specific viewpoints would be important. Thank you.
Yeah, I note your principle of development. And did you want to add to that at all?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to point out to members of the committee that the council has a protocol for planning site visits, which, as Mike pointed out, requires that the specific viewpoints that you wish to see on the site visit are identified and recorded, and also that the reasons for you needing a site visit in order to determine the application are clearly set out. Thank you, Chair.
Do you wish to come back at all, Councillor Kimber?
Yes, Chair, fellow councillors. My reasons are there's been concern about the access roads, which is one area. We've heard that possibly this site may be maybe the density is too much. We are looking at 760 homes, which, a very rough estimation, we're judging on how 2,000 people possibly may live their lives. And And my view is we've got to get it right. Thank you.
I think you'll find, though, Councillor Kimber, that most of these items you've just listed there are being covered under principle of development. And I think that's already been dealt with. Councillor O'Leary, did you want to interject at this point before I come back to Councillor Ireland?
Yeah, can I just say that I think a request for a site visit should come in advance of the morning of the meeting. And like has been said, the outline permission has been, I mean, I drove down and took a look at it myself and had a look around best I can. But I really would say that the request for a site meeting would be handy if it came before the day of the meeting. So therefore, I would not support deferring this for a site meeting.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. I now come across to Councillor Ireland. You wanted to ask a technical question, Councillor Ireland.
Yes, I do. I'll just restrict myself to one, let others have a chance. It's about EV charging points. So I think we're all aware now that you need to provide them where possible in new builds. But there's nothing in the documentation that I can see that actually specifies exactly how many. So from some of the pictures we saw of CGI mock-ups of the buildings planned, some of them are, quite a lot of them have no frontage. They're directly onto footpaths and things like that. So I'm just interested in how many electric charging points out of, so for example, we've got 318 houses in the first phase. How many do you think are going to have electric charging points? And maybe if it's a low number, we should be looking at revising the house design so more can.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. I'll hand that back to the case officer to reply.
Part S of the building regulations, they have to provide them where they can reasonably locate them. If they've got a driveway or a garage or something like that. If they haven't got parking allocated, they don't have to provide the EV points. So flats, for example, although there is capacity to provide a communal one, I'm not sure how that would work though. It is down to, it's not actually a planning regulation, it's actually the building regulation, part S of the building regulations. That stipulates what the requirements are for EV. There would be 3 public ones located in strategic locations throughout the site as well.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Ireland?
Well, not really, because I asked how many, but I'll leave it as the.
Thank you. Councillor Kelvin Clayton, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. Should I take them one at a time or just bombard the officer with all 3 together? Can I take one at a time?
May.
I noticed in the update sheet we received at half an hour to midnight last night that the Environment Agency do not recommend the discharge of conditions 38 and 39 and therefore do not recommend the Reserve Matters application be approved at this time. They advise that to progress things, the applicant should provide additional supporting modelling compiled along with a comprehensive modelling report and flood risk assessment. Has that been provided? And related to that, when the officer gave his report, he mentioned conditions 38 and 39. In the report, I saw 38 as flood mitigation, but he referred to it as road crossing over the river. Just to clarify which one it was.
I'm going to hand back to James, the case officer, to answer that.
So not unsurprisingly, I've been on the telephone with the Environment Agency since we had the comments back on the discharge of the condition. And the condition relates to flood mitigation where the road crosses the site. That's the sort of clarification on that. I can read the whole condition to you if you need to. So I was I was on the phone to the Environment Agency because the Environment Agency, in writing that letter, hadn't appreciated how the recommendation was worded. They didn't appreciate that the recommendation was subject to discharge of the conditions first. Do you remember I went over that in my presentation? When they realised that, they agreed that they didn't expect me to recommend refusal of the reserve matters. They appreciated now that we wouldn't make a decision until they were satisfied. That discussions are ongoing with the Environment Agency between the applicant. It's highly technical material about flow rates and this, that, and the other. It isn't something which a layperson would probably understand. I don't. But we wouldn't discharge the condition until the Environment Agency approved it. It wouldn't be down to me. I wouldn't just approve it. So the Environment Agency have to agree, and that will be ongoing behind the scenes.
Thank you, James. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Creighton?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. I still have two more questions if I can continue.
Yes, please. Next one.
One of the concerns I've picked up in Bridport, certainly from the Bridport Business Chamber, is the adequacy of the national grid. In the officer's report, he said that Western Power required 12-month lead-in. Certainly, if you could explain what that means. And is there any evidence that the national grid is capable of supplying this size development?
I'll hand that back to the case officer. Over to you, James.
Yep, sorry. I'm not an expert on this area, and don't suppose anyone else in this room is either. When I said there was a 12-month lead-in, that came from the applicants who informed me that the National Grid need 12 months' notice effectively to start doing anything. I'm afraid I can't answer that technical question. However, we have granted outline permission for the houses. We are not looking today whether the principle of the houses is acceptable. We're looking at the reserve matters. That's the appearance, layout, landscaping, and scale. We're not really, I would say that electricity supply, it will be necessary, but it's something we've technically agreed to in granting outline. We can't go back and revisit that.
And to your next question, Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Chair. And just lastly, I'm personally concerned about the impact on local services, particularly the impact on local primary care GP services. I noticed in the report that there's a £225,000 contribution to health services. But compared to what's being offered to Bridport Leisure Centre, that's half the amount. How was that amount calculated as adequate? And was Dorset Clinical Commissioning Group, who have expressed concerns about the provision of primary care, consulted on this?
I'll hand that back to James. Over to you, James.
So these sums were negotiated at the outline stage, which is when you do negotiate these sums. We cannot revisit it because we have agreed that at the outline stage within the Section 106 agreement. I think people are confusing the fact we have agreed 760 houses are acceptable here. We've agreed sums which were agreed 5 years ago, whenever it was. They're cast in stone now because they're in the Section 106 agreement. We did consult, I think, the clinical commissioning unit who didn't object, and they just said they wanted their it's in the report somewhere. They said they wanted their contribution, and one day they will get it.
Thank you, Councillor Caton. Councillor Dunseith, you're next on my list to keep that. Mike who? Oh.
Sorry. Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure if this comes under this particular meeting, but I have a question or a query about this loop road, the road that goes in and goes out. It forms a loop in the central area. Is there any suggestion that this road could have some sort of parking restrictions or double yellow lines or whatever? Because this is the only way in and out, two roads, and they will both get a lot of resident parking in, so that this happens time and time again, so that anyone trying to get in off West Road, I believe it is, could be entering this estate on the wrong side of the road. And my second question is, why, when you have a blank piece of paper and a brand new scheme, why would any of the accommodation units be smaller than the national recommendation? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunseith. I'll pass that back to the case officer. Over to you, James.
I can say something, and I imagine that Mr. Savage will have something to say too. The loop road, it's not envisaged that we'd have double yellow lines along it. There is casual unassigned parking within the carriageway. Parked cars in roads is a good thing because it acts as a traffic calming measure. Open roads with no cars parked to them actually make them faster. So we wouldn't discourage people from parking in the loop road because it will keep the speeds down. Mr. Savage may want to add to that.
Thank you, James. Could I bring you in, Steve?
You certainly can, Chair. I think the important point here, Councillor Dunseith, is to note that both access roads are 7.3 metres wide. Now, one primarily, the one to the west, because that's going to be serving the industrial employment land. The other, because we're echoing that, and it's likely to be utilised as a bus route. So 7.3 metre wide carriageway, we generally need 4.5 metres for two vehicles to pass, which would allow 1.5 metres on one side or the other for cars to park. But I think the other important issue here is that both access roads are a reasonable distance before you actually hit any of the development as such. So the likelihood of people wanting to park at the junction with West Road itself to access their properties is very, very slim. So I think the reality is that it's unlikely to happen. If it did happen and it was proven to be an issue in the future, then obviously as an authority we could look at implementing the appropriate traffic regulation order to put in yellow lines or similar restrictions to stop it from happening. But we don't design new developments with yellow line restrictions. We're hoping by good design that people won't be parking where we don't want them to park. Now, I appreciate your point here. You might get people wanting to park there if they're going to visit into the centre of Bridport itself. If this proves to be an issue, then it's something we'll look at in the future, but it isn't something we could build into this application. Hopefully that's answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. Does that answer your question, Dan, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunseith. Councillor Weller. I was told you wanted to speak.
You indicated.
Well, in that case, next one is yourself, Louis O'Leary, Councillor Louis O'Leary.
Thank you. Just on that last point around parking, I'm 23 years old, which is probably the same time it takes for a traffic regulation order to come into force. Saying that we want people to, we are going to think that people aren't going to park, or we don't want them to park, is sort of what my ideal sort of life is. I spend my life looking at parking, people parking on junctions, people parking here, blocking this, blocking that. I want assurances that everywhere that should have a TRO will have a TRO put in place instead of retrospectively doing it, because I'm constantly told by highways officers that, oh no, you should have looked at that when the development was put forward. It's much easier to do it now than it is to go through the rigmarole of going through it later on. So in terms of what Councillor Dunseith was saying, I'd like to have reassurances that everywhere that should have a traffic regulation order in place that we can think of does, instead of waiting months and months and months or years and years and years down the line to start putting them in place later on.
This might be one for you, Mr Savage, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor O'Leary, the input of my team in development schemes is to ensure that roads are built to not only an adoptable standard, but to a safe standard. And on-road parking, incidental parking and the like, is a particular matter of concern. We need to look at it to ensure that refuse vehicles can get around layouts, that people can cross appropriately and safely, etc., etc. So with regards to this particular layout, we would never go into a residential estate layout with the intention of implementing any TROs at the development stage. And indeed, the TRO process is outside of the planning process, so we couldn't tie it with regards to a condition to a planning application. So the only surety I can give you is that my team have looked at this. We've identified, I wasn't implying that where people want to park, I'm implying that where we would expect them to park by design. So we'll be reducing carriageway widths, or we would be widening carriageway widths where we anticipated people would be parking. And generally, we're all quite lazy. We all park as close to our destinations as we can. And that's the process that we go through when we look at layouts. So to just reiterate to my answer to Councillor Dunseith, I don't think that any on-street car parking at the accesses will be a problem because of the width, 7.3 metres that I identified. But if it is proven in the future that this is an issue, then that is something we would consider under a TRO outside of the planning process. And I would hope that as an authority, we would process them certainly quicker than your 23 years. And certainly I know that we can fast track TROs and that it would be possible in this instance. So hopefully I can give you that surety that we would look at it, but it isn't necessary at this stage to implement any TROs on a development scheme that we've looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Savage. I'm going to go back to Councillor O'Leary to see if he's happy with that answer.
I have a supplement. In terms of parking on the junction, it's my understanding that you shouldn't park within a certain 10 metres of a junction anyway, so surely shouldn't we put that into place before this is developed in terms of yellow lines? I had a residents meeting on Monday, that was all around parking on junctions and parking close to junction, and the amount of us that must get it when people say, well, they shouldn't be parked there, but the problem is it's a police matter until there's a TRO, and getting a TRO is such a rigmarole and a difficulty. The example I use, and Councillor Cockins did a lot of work on it, was the Lidl's in Portland. That was developed. It was clear that it wasn't developed with the proper TRO regulation in place. The bus was repeatedly blocked. We then had to get, Councillor Cockins and others had to get a yellow line put down. So, I mean, that was done retrospectively. I got a road in my road that's been going on for 30 years because it's not narrow enough and people parking, it's too narrow and people parking considerately. I just think it's a lot better if we can try and get these problems sorted beforehand instead of try and chasing our tails later on.
Councillor O'Leary, I take that as a statement rather than a question. Councillor Cocking.
Yeah. Actually, I will. Councillor O'Leary may not like my answer to that one. Yes, it did take me. There was a Lidl's development and there wasn't a yellow road. This is irrelevant to this application, but I will actually support the transport team on this because we did get a TRO, an emergency one, in half an hour on Portland. So if this development does need one, and it is an emergency, Dorset Council can do it extremely quickly. So, sorry, Councillor O'Leary.
Oh, Councillor Dunseith.
Sorry.
Councillor Dunseith. Yeah.
Sorry. I didn't get a reply or any comments about these sort of space standards for the dwellings. Now, looking at my notes, I see that 125 dwellings out of, 760, are below the recommended minimum. This is a blank sheet of paper. Why is this happening? Thank you, Chairman.
I'm going to take that back to James, the case officer, to reply.
Well, I did explain that, and it's also in my report. Our local plan policy simply just says it's desirable and not must. So we cut there. Doesn't have to be. It's nothing we can do with our policy. But also that if we want to impose NDSS, we need to do it with a condition on the outline permission, and we did not. You cannot then seek it at reserved matters. However, I still believe that those dwellings will have suitable accommodation and give people suitable living standards. So I don't think that people will live miserable lives.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Dunseith? Do we have any other technical questions for either the case officer or highways? Before I open the debate, members, may I remind you to direct any questions or remarks through the chair, and I will invite members to speak in turn. Can I also remind members to speak directly into the microphones, which should be kept on mute when not speaking, to preserve audio quality. Before I go into the debate, Councillor Kimber, is your proposition still open or not?
I would like the committee to make a decision. We've only had one absenter at the moment, so therefore I still would move the site visit, and it's evidently clearer to me that there are members that have got many technical questions on the layout of the estate, and that's still important. Thank you.
Well, we just had a proposition. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dunseith, that is seconded.
Sorry, Chair, could I just interject there a bit? The reasons that we were given related to matters that had been agreed at the outline stage. So the reasons for the site visit, if I recall, related to access for densities and the fact that it was 760 dwellings. So I don't see actually how any of those are matters that specifically relate to site visit. And also, as I would just reiterate what Mr. Crowther had said about the protocol for site visits, is that it's the onus on members to visit the site in advance of the committee. So unless there are very particular reasons why you think it's essential to be able to understand what's before you, that's the position where we stand. So I just wanted to clarify that we haven't yet heard specific reasons that are pertinent to this particular application that justify, from our point of view, or give us clarity as to what the purpose of the site visit would be. Thank you.
Can I come back to you then, Councillor Kimber? Do we have any specific reasons for negotiating that site visit? Bearing in mind, of course, what was just said regarding the outline application and most of those issues that have been dealt with under a permitted development.
Yes, Chair, fellow councillors, we've already heard from my fellow councillors on certain aspects of it. Now, I believe that once, like we had with the last site visit, we had it actually gave the committee, and it's the same for this committee, a picture of how and what we was doing. We should ask the who, what, why, when and wheres, and I believe that for this committee, I believe that this is something that we should consider. We've got to vote. If we don't agree with it, then I won't I won't be concerned, but I do urge this committee to consider it.
Councillor Weller.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With greatest respect to Councillor Kimber, he's sat on planning committees for very, very many years, and he knows that the protocol is to ask for a site visit prior to the meeting so that we can get on with the meeting. There is nothing to be gained now, in my view, from a site visit. We've asked all our questions. They've been answered fairly comprehensively. We've been told that so many of these issues have already been approved. And even if we go on a site visit, we can't unapprove those things. So could we please get on with the debate?
Okay, I'm just going to bring in a legal expert for a few comments.
Thank you, Chair. Well, firstly, just to reiterate Mr Garrity's comment that, as far as I've heard, I don't think Councillor Kimber has given a reason why a site visit is necessary over and above. So what haven't you heard today from the presentation and seen on the presentation that you would gain by a site visit? And also, what views and vantage points do you need to look at the site? I'd just like to address a couple of the councillors' comments about the timing of the request. I wouldn't say there's in principle problem with members coming to committee and asking for a site visit after the presentation if they feel that having seen the presentation and heard what the officers have to say, there is still a need for a site visit, because in some circumstances that might not be possible for you to consider prior to the presentation. So there's no in principle blocker on Councillor Kimber's proposal. I understand members have their views about the timing, but we still need to have a reason for the site visit and the viewpoints that Councillor Kimber considers need to be seen by the committee. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to take Councillor O'Leary. You wanted to come in for a moment.
We've had the agendas, the committee agenda for this meeting's been out for a week now. If we'd have asked for a site visit a week ago, I might have supported it. Can we just move to the vote, please, on whether to have a site meeting?
Are you still holding with your proposition, Councillor Kimber, in view of the fact of what Mr Phil Growther has said?
Chair, fellow councillors, what brought me round to this thinking was when I heard some of the representations from the residents of Bridport this morning, and I felt a lot of that needed a lot more and further consideration. So I apologise. I've been reading this report for about 2.5, 3 days, and like probably every councillor, I came here with a view ready to listen and to be quite open-minded, and still open-minded on this issue. But I felt that I needed certain clarification on where the state was. So yes, I believe we should just go for the vote. Thank you.
Okay, and you're willing to continue as seconder, Councillor Dunseith? You seconded that motion?
Yes, I did, Chairman, because I feel that this is a huge development, and I know the first part, the outline planning permission, was it's been gone through a few years ago, and I don't know if any of us on this committee here were on the committee that would have approved that. So in a way, we don't have a lot of background. We've come in at the second stage and being asked to almost look over the first part of it, which is been and gone, which we had no say in. Well, I don't think many of us did. Some of us may have been on the old West Dorset, but so I think that I think that gives rise to a little bit of confusion to me, allied to the fact that it's such a huge estate. It's such a big development, and there is so much public concern, and probably rightly so. I think we've all got questions. Thank you, Chair.
Bearing in mind that we've got a proposal which has been duly seconded in order to instigate a site visit, I'm now going to take a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour of a site visit, show now. Those against? That proposition is lost. We now go back to the substantive motions, and now we're going into general debate against the original substantive motion. And is there anyone wishing to speak on the original motion? Not motion. Proposition. Councillor Ireland.
So I'm speaking on the recommendation, I take it, not the motion. Sorry, confusing me. Yeah, I'll restrict myself to two things. I'm sure everybody's going to want to say something about this. I'm really, really disappointed, to be honest, from a climate point of view. You know, we supported the declaration of climate emergency back in 2019. It was myself and Councillor Kimber who proposed and seconded it, if I remember, and it was passed. And we've gone 3 years on. We've got this huge planning application in front of us, and you know what? To stop actually climate change and reduce the increase which is happening to our world in terms of temperature, and it's running away, the first thing we need to do is actually stop burning stuff. We need to stop actually putting CO2 into the atmosphere. And the way you do that is essentially electrify everything where possible. And it's really disappointing to find that the first 318 houses here are going to have gas boilers. And guess what? They generate CO2. And having just about installing, at the moment, an air source heat pump, I know what you have to do to retrofit to a property. It's not easy and it's expensive. So we should be building new houses to standards that will come in a couple of years' time. And there is absolutely no reason for not doing it. It's just penny pinching. Yeah, these houses, if they're built and the permission's granted, they will sell, and people will buy them. So what if they cost another £1,000? By that point, people will still buy them. And we should be putting air source heat pumps in from the off. And the second one is on the PV. It's been mentioned a few times by the members of the public here. So I've done some calculations based on the officer's report, and there's a document which is the carbon emissions statement. It's one of them in a huge number of documents associated with this application. And if you look at it and you don't know what you're talking about with PV, at first glance it looks quite good. It says we've got 850 metres squared of PV in the first phase, 1,180 second phase, 121 kilowatt peak first phase, 169 kilowatt peak second phase. But to put it into context, I have a house at home, I have 7 kilowatt peak on my roof. An average installation is 3.6 kilowatt peak. That's about 33 houses out of the first phase would have a full proper installation. And yet, we don't. It actually works out, if you do the calculations, essentially one solar panel per house, about 400 watts, which, it's like a chocolate teapot. It's a complete waste of time. And, it's really disappointing. And I find it, I know the officer's going to say we can't enforce this. And I know we can't, because national government standards don't allow us to do so. But we're in front of a planning committee here, and in good conscience, I don't see how I can possibly support something that doesn't actually address the climate emergency. It is the single most important thing affecting this world, and it's really not good enough.
Councillor Kate Weller.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My thanks to colleagues for bringing forward their questions and answers. That was really very helpful. Arguments on both sides seem valid, and the scheme does seem quite attractive in many ways. The argument for additional affordable family homes is very strong and very appealing. However, I do feel that not to build to the highest sustainable standards in the coming years and to wait until obliged to do so is at best a shame. houses should have the maximum solar advantage, possibly using solar roofing tiles rather than adding a few panels here and there, heat pumps, etc. With the threat of hosepipe bans already on us, grey water retention should be in the equation there somewhere. The applicant feels they have been an exemplar in consultation with the stakeholders, and it would seem to be justifiable. They have spoken to a number of people, it seems to me. Why not be an exemplar in addressing climate change too? You're not obliged to build to the highest standards, but you could. Why not enhance your reputation still further by doing so? Thank you.
Councillor Kevin Clayton.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just endorse what the previous two speakers have said? I came across a report last week from Octopus Energy who claim that it costs less than £10,000 per house to build a zero bills house. That's incorporating heat pumps, solar, battery, smart optimization. Now, to me, that makes commercial sense. That would be very, very sellable, a zero bills house, particularly in the current energy crisis. I just can't understand. I understand that we can't insist upon it, but I'm really disappointed that we can't.
Thanks, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you. A number of the comments that have been raised are around the climate change emergency. While I'm not against things such as solar panels on roofs, etc., what I don't want to do is crucify the needs of our residents and the primary needs of our residents in this county in terms of the real emergency in this county that we can actually solve is housing. So what I don't want us to do is to, as I said, crucify our residents by going to the highest building standards available in terms of solar panels and this and that, if it affects the social housing and affordable housing units in this development. I'm happy to support increasing the building standards, providing it doesn't affect the affordable or social housing aspects of this development.
A lot of these comments should have been dealt with during the outline information and therefore covered. It has been covered to date. We are where we are at the moment, and we're now debating the reserve matter situation. Over to you.
Yeah, Chairman, just thank you. I mean, I appreciate a lot of the comments around climate emergency, and as a council, we have declared a climate emergency, but as you've rightly pointed out, there are a number of matters that were dealt with through the outline stage. But if I take the issue of the climate emergency, we are still in a situation where development has to show it is in accordance with the adopted development plan and with national planning policy, which it is showing that it can do so. There are matters where building regulations will cut in and require higher standards, and as you'll see through the development, as phases come forward, those standards will accrue as it goes through the process. We are in that sort of transitional approach with the building regulations where that is going to happen. But ultimately, we've presented a report here to you today based on what the current policy requirements are, the fact that we already have the outline permission and what we can actually do now. The council has declared a climate emergency, and further work is going on in terms of its action plan in relation to that, as well as a planning authority, what we can do to actually strengthen our own policies. But until we've got those policies in place, we are still dealing with the current adopted policy framework. Thank you.
Members, we're dealing with the application before us related to the current policies. So let's try and keep to that. Is there any other speakers? Yep. Was it Gavin? Yeah. Gavin. Yes. Sorry, I was getting wrong advice there. Yeah, I know. Councillor Burwell.
Thank you, Chair. I can understand the confusion there. I don't want to go on too long about this. I've listened to many comments by my fellow councillors and the representations made by the public and also the developers. I'd just like to say the developers have actually engaged with Bridport Town Council and a working group and have put a lot of good work in. And the plan before you now has evolved because of that engagement. So I'd like to thank them for that. However, there are still issues on the table. I'd like some clarity on what we would consider a material planning consideration, because we're hearing about not enough electricity, sewage, flooding. There's so many issues that everyone's brought up, and I hate for people to get confused as to what we can actually do and can't do. The solar panels, again, we can't force, we can ask. Air source heat pumps, we can ask, but we can't force. So, let's not look at the developer as the bad guy all the time, because they have actually evolved to this. But then again, I understand why everybody's asking for more. So perhaps, is it a technical question? Is sewage a material planning consideration? Is electricity a material planning consideration? And if they are, then we need to deal with those and not just ignore them. I will say Bridport Town Council has a meeting shortly with Western Power, because I suppose it's official or unofficial that we've already been told there isn't sufficient power for this area. And this 12-month lead-in, I'm really questioning, because I'd heard a mention that it could be years before they're in a position to supply sufficient power. Now, if that's a material planning consideration, then we should look at it. So can I just please ask what is material and what isn't in this particular case? Thank you.
Do you wish to outline that, please, Case Officer? I know we're in debate, but that might help the committee.
So you mentioned some things, are they material, are they not? Drainage and so on and so forth, that was considered at the outline stage. If we hadn't been satisfied with drainage provision, we wouldn't have granted outline permission. So we can't revisit the outline permission. The building regulations, Mr. Garrity has explained, we haven't got the policies in place today, and won't have until we have a new local plan, to require developers to provide more than the current building regulations. I've banged on to the applicants too, but they're right. And that's why I'm recommending approval of the application, because I'm not in a position where I could recommend refusal for that reason. You asked Chairman, what was the other material point he? Electricity. I think there's again, if we've granted outline permission for 760 dwellings, is with an expectation that they can have electricity. They're not going to not have electricity. I don't believe it's material. We cannot recommend refusal for that reason. I've explained in the report why. So that's why my recommendation is for approval, because the proposal complies with policy. I think people need to separate outline and reserve matters. We've approved the scheme. Today we're just looking at the design, the appearance, layout, landscaping, scale of the housing. That's all we're looking at.
Yeah, thank you. I hear what the officer is saying, but as members of the public have rightly pointed out, we've been elected to represent them. Some of the things I've heard since outline planning permission was granted has led me to believe that Wessex Water cannot provide sufficient sewage. And I used to do a lot of work with Wessex Water, so there may not be many experts in the room, but there is actually one. And on top of that, the fact that we can't even guarantee there's sufficient electricity for Bridport residents, then maybe you did okay at outline, but the situation's changed. And I understand the position we're in, that we can't actually go back and refuse something that's already been granted. But it's not right to keep quiet about these things at this particular meeting. I'm quite happy with the design. I'm quite happy with the layout. I think some of the houses look very, very nice. But really, we are very, very concerned about the impact. And it's not the fault of the developer. It's the utility companies that we've got issues with. So I'd just like to make that clear. And I've heard all the comments.
but we need to put the blame, if there is going to be any, where it does belong. And it's the utility companies that can't provide it at the moment. So I'm not going to blame the developer for that. I'd like to see more solar panels. I'd love to see air source heat pumps. There's only so much that we can ask of them. And I think we've asked quite a lot already, and they've been very, very accommodating. But we're reaching the point now where there's a balance to be struck. And that balance is, can we not approve this? If we can, great. And if we can't, fine, that's down to the committee. But I think this, with prevarication has gone on long enough, and both sides have had their say. So perhaps we could move soon to a vote. Thank you.
And over to you.
Chair, if I could just come back on a couple of points there. There are conditions on the outline plan permission that development can't commence until a scheme for the details of a foul drainage disposal scheme has been submitted and approved by us as a local planning authority. We wouldn't be approving those in isolation or considering them in isolation. It would be in conjunction with Wessex Water. And that scheme has to demonstrate that the system is adequately sized to accommodate and accept the flows that were generated by the proposal. There's also a condition requiring a scheme for foul water drainage. And again, it talks about the connection points, capacity improvements, and that all has to be agreed with us, and the timetable for implementation. So I really want to assure members that, even if reserved matters are granted today, the development cannot be commenced until those conditions have been discharged, and they would be discharged in conjunction with Wessex Water.
Committee, have all heard those comments? Councillor Cocking.
Thank you, Chair. After hearing the comments from Anne Collins, I would like to move that we actually vote for approval of this, because it is about appearance, layout, scale. Until all those matters are dealt with, I am disappointed about the climate change and some of the things about the electricity. I am disappointed about the size of some of the houses, which will be 125 houses, will be slightly smaller. But overall, I don't see any material considerations for us to refuse this application as reserved matters. So I would like to move that we vote for approval of this reserved matters application.
Committee, we've got a proposal on the floor. Do I have a seconder? Duly seconded by Councillor John Worth. Shall I take a vote? I do have Councillor Williams down to ask a question. Do you wish to do that before I take a vote on that proposition?
Yeah, I did actually have my hand up to ask a question at the end of the technical questions, but I was missed. And it's coming back to the Miles Cross Roundabout. You've mentioned it slightly about 3 times, and I think this Miles Cross Roundabout is absolutely, for the whole of the infrastructure of Bridport Town and Foundry Lee to work, this is absolutely vital. Can you you've said it's going to take 26 weeks to construct, and that it has been agreed, the design has been agreed for highways, national highways. Can you let me know when the construction is going to start? Will it be being constructed at the same time as the first phase is developed, before the first phase, after the first phase?
That was a question, so I'm going to hand that back to you, even though we're in debate.
No, it has to be built before anything's occupied. There's a condition on the outline permission that covers this, as I told you. I'll read it in that. No part of development hereby permitted shall commence until a detailed scheme at the junction of the A35 with the Miles Cross Roundabout has been submitted and approved. That hasn't been applied for yet. They haven't submitted that yet. They are discussing it with National Highways. As the A35 is a trunk road, it's beyond our jurisdiction. It's National Highways, used to be Highways England, who will agree that scheme. And then there's another condition after it, saying that condition 25, no part of the development should be occupied until the roundabout is up and running. So they can't sell a house until it's built.
For construction can go on, of a development can go out on before that is developed. But you say that, I thought you said earlier that National Highways had approved a scheme. You haven't said that. They haven't yet approved a scheme for the roundabout.
Yes, they can construct the houses, but there'd be little point in building houses that they couldn't sell. So I think there is impetus to do it, and they are going to do it. I had the knowledge that they have been in discussions with National Highways, yes. I've been told that by the applicant.
Committee, could I ask all conversations be conducted through the chair, please? Mike keeps on going. We've got a proposition duly seconded. I'm in a position now, I think, where I'm going to take a vote by show of hands. So the proposition is to accept the proposition as laid out on your. Would have to die there, wouldn't it? To delegate authority be granted to the head of planning and the service manager for development management and enforcement of the approval of resolved matters. I think that's what it said. All those in favour? All those against? 2. Shall I take abstentions? 1. That application has been approved. Thank you for your endurance, everyone, and thank you, members of the public, for staying with us. Shall I call lunch now, or Maggie? Yes, that's right. Members, where's my hammer? Members, committee meetings are limited to 3 hours duration, unless the majority of members present ballot for the meeting to continue. It is therefore necessary to take a vote to resume the meeting beyond that limitation. So I will now take a vote by show of hands. All those in favour? None against? Shall we call lunch? Good afternoon, committee, and welcome to any new members of the public joining the afternoon session of the Western and Southern Area Planning Committee meeting. I will now conduct a roll call of committee members. Councillor Day Bowell. Thank you. Councillor Kevin Clayton. Oh, good. Councillor Susan Cocking. Thank you. Councillor Nick Ireland. Right. Come back to him. Keep an eye on him. Councillor Paul Kimber. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Louis O'Leary, well, I know he's gone. Councillor Bill Pipe.
Yes, Chairman.
Yep. Councillor Kate Weller. Thank you. Councillor Sarah Williams. Hi, Sarah. And you won't be forgotten. Okay. Have we upset him?
No. Chairman, he did give his apologies to me before he left.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right then. Councillor John Worth. And Councillor David Shortell.
No, didn't turn up. Still at lunch.
Halfway through his chips. We will be continuing the agenda as set out in your packs. I've ticked you, Jean. You've been ticked off.
Are you here though, Jean?
Are you with us? Right, okay, let's be sensible. Okay, members, we'll now take item 7 on the agenda. That is the application PFUL 2022-02646, Greenford Church of England Primary School, Chilfram Lane, Maiden Newton, Dorchester, DT2 0AX, and that's for the erection of a standalone timber lodge classroom within the grounds of the school. Now, the presentation officer is Charlotte Loveridge, and so over to you, Charlotte.
Why is it not going to the option of... Why has it not got a bit on the side? What's wrong? Should it not have a bit on the side? Not if you know. Well, not like...
Apologies. Okay, so today's application is, as already been mentioned, P/Vol 2022/02646. This is for the Greenford Church of England Primary School in Chilfram Lane in Maiden Newton, and the proposal is to erect a standalone timber structure. The site is located just in Hirefroom Vow Church. You've got the main settlement of Maiden Newton just to the east, and the school site lies on Chilfram Lane, and the conservation area for Maiden Newton goes up the eastern side of Chilfram Lane, so the school is actually just outside of it. And here is a zoomed in plan of the site. The blue square here is where the proposed structure will go. And the aerial view, which shows the main school buildings with the car parking area, the access out onto the Chilfram Lane, and the school pitches where the structure will be sited just on the edge above the car park. This plan shows the Dorset Council freehold land, which is the reason for this application coming to committee, because it's on Dorset Council land. And the site history, the relevant planning history for the site is a permitted development inquiry was submitted back in March asking if the provision of the standalone teaching space would be permitted development. The response was that because the site is within the Dorset AONB and the building materials for the structure do not match the school, it would not come within the provisions of being permitted development, and therefore a planning application needed to be submitted. This is the front view of the proposed structure, which has a veranda at the front. That's the rear view of it. And then the side views, which, as I say, show the veranda at the front and also the disabled access doors on the rear side of the building. This is the view of the school from basically the public realm. This is from the Chilfram Lane access. You can just see the existing sort of timber pergola shelter that they already have on the site. And the proposed timber building would go just to the side of that. So there would be views of it from the public realm, but they'd be relatively limited. The principle of the development is supported through our local plan policy COM6, which is the provision of education and training facilities. The structure itself is just a few metres outside the northwestern boundary of the defined development boundary and will expand the existing provision of education facility for pupils at the school. With regards to the scale, design and impact of the proposal, it's considered to be fairly minimal and appropriate to the location, located next to the existing pergola and on the main sports field for the school. The size of it is about 8 metres wide by 4.5 metres with 3.5 metres to ridge height. The proposed materials will be unpainted timber planks for the wall, black bitumen shingle tiles for the roof and painted timber double glazed windows and doors. Given that there's no immediately located neighbouring properties to the scheme, it doesn't raise any impact on neighbouring amenity. No objections have been raised and the parish council supported the proposal. As previously mentioned, the Maiden Newton Conservation Area runs down the eastern side of Chilfram Lane, but the proposal is not considered to create any harm to the setting of this conservation area or the Dorset AONB due to the modest scale, siting and materials used. The economic benefits are the provision of additional learning space for the pupils without losing any other facilities. It does lie within the Poole Harbour nutrient catchment area. However, the scheme is just an ancillary building without any sanitary facilities installed. The existing facilities in the school will be used. So it's not considered that there will be any likely significant effect from nutrients on the Poole Harbour protected site as a result of this development. The site also lies close to Flood Zone 2, which comes up to the junction with the A356 with Chilfram Lane. But it does not include the school site, which sits on slightly higher land and is in Flood Zone 1, and it's not considered that it would increase the likelihood of flooding elsewhere. Therefore, the recommendation to committee is that committee will be minded to delegate authority to the head of planning to grant planning consent subject to conditions of 3-year implementation, approved plans, that the use is limited as a classroom or ancillary building to the school and for no other purpose, and that the timber shall only be treated with clear protective wood preservatives in order to retain the natural timber colour to protect the Dorset AONB and conservation area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlotte. Are there any questions of a technical nature for the case officer? Councillor Paul Kimber.
Not as far as I'm aware. You know, they haven't designed it to have any facilities in there. Well, I think they normally have water bottles with them. So, yeah, I mean, I think it is just to provide a space. I mean, they've obviously got the existing shelter, but they can use, you know, they'd be able to use this structure whatever the weather. Thank you.
Are you satisfied with that, Councillor Kimber? Thank you. And any other questions of a technical nature? No? There is no public speakers on this particular item. If there is no more deliberation and members are content that have heard the entire presentation and debate, I will seek a proposer and a seconder and take a vote by show of hands. Do we have a proposer? Who was first?
Councillor Kimber.
Councillor Kimber, you can be first. Yep.
You've got it.
You've got it. And seconded, Susan Cocking, yep. Members, we've now...
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, that's on the basis of the amendment on the update sheet, please, which removes the delegation and just amends the wording to condition 4 with regards to the treatment of the timber, just to be clear, if that's what members are proposing.
Having heard that, you still wish to continue with your proposition and your seconding? Okay. Duly proposed and seconded with those amendments. All those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. I told you to speed up.
I thought that would go on for at least 3 hours.
Members, we'll now take item 8 on the agenda. That is PFUL 2022-02955, Scout Hall, Granby Close, Weymouth, Dorset, DT40SW. The erection of extension to provide wheelchair access and WC and shower facilities. Yeah, I got it down. Okay. I will now invite the case officer. Oh, there is no public speakers on this particular item either. I now invite Robert Parr, the case officer, to introduce this item. Over to you, Robert.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors and Chairman. This is an application on behalf of the Weymouth West. There we go. Weymouth West Air Scout Group, and the reason this application is before you today is this is council-owned land, and as mentioned, this is for the erection of an extension to provide wheelchair accessible WC and shower facilities. The site is located on the boundary of the Westham Ward and Chickerell Ward, with the Ruddypole Lane to the east. Here it is edged in red, the site. And to the north and west of the site is the Canterbury Close public open space. The site's in the defined development boundary. It's not listed. It's not in the conservation area, and it has a low. It's in a low flood risk zone. Here's an aerial shot of the site, and just put on there some measurements from the Scout Hall to nearby dwellings, so give you some context.
It's a triangular shaped plot, broadly level, and the existing building is sort of a rectangular plan form. And again, here's a 3D view of the site and the building, existing building, to help show some context. Showing here a view looking northwest, which shows the entrance to the existing Scout Hall. And a view looking southwest, which is the end where the extension would be located. There has been an application previously for an extension to the Scout Hall from February 2019. That has subsequently lapsed, and the only main differences between that and this one is some minor changes to the layout and doors. Here we've got some plan views and elevations of the existing Scout Hall. You can see that the existing toilets are located more to the sort of front of the building, with storage to the rear, and obviously an activity area in the middle. From a plan view, you can see the extension would project about 9 metres to the north, be 7.5 metres wide, and would be broadly the same with regards to its sort of shape and form. These are the proposed plans. As you can see, the toilets on this plan view are moved much more to the rear of the building, which has freed up space for a disabled access toilet and shower room to the front. Also, on the east elevation of the new extension would be a new access door to provide sort of easy access for the storage, which is obviously essential with scouting with all the equipment they need. The principle of the development is supported by local plan Com2, as it would consider to enhance the local community facilities. The design is supported as it would be very much in harmony with the existing building and the site in an area in general. There's been no highways concerns raised. It would be within the 5 kilometres of the Cheslin Beach and the Fleet protected site, but as it is an existing use, it's not considered to have any adverse effects on that. Given its location well away from other adjoining properties, there's no impact on amenity adverse impact considered. So recommendation is to grant subject conditions relating to commencement, plans and materials to be similar in colour and texture to existing. Thank you, Chair. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Robert. Are there any questions of a technical nature for the case officer, please? Well, I now open the debate to members. Are there anyone wishing to speak? If there's no more deliberation, the members are content that they have heard the entire presentation debate. I will seek a proposer and a seconder and take a vote by roll call. Do I have a proposer? Sarah Williams. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we've got a proposal for acceptance, duly seconded. All those in favour?
She's not taking part.
No, she said abstaining.
She's not taking part.
Oh, you're not taking part? Yeah. Yeah, declared interest. Unanimous?
Indeed.
Right, thank you for that. Right, members, we'll now take item 9 on the agenda, PLBC 2022-02381 for 4 Bedford Terrace, Long Brady, Dorset, DT to 9HW, and that's carry out internal and external alterations to a Grade 2 listed building. The case officer for that is Stephen Banks, and I'll hand across to you, Stephen, to present. Oh.
Thank you. I'll just get the slides. It seems to be going quite slow, sorry. It's kind of just frozen. Shall I start again? Or?
If you leave the meeting.
Oh, this way. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
All done.
Unlocked.
That's great. Here we go. Right. I'll share the application with the slides along the side because it means that I'll be able to read out the small print of what works are taking place later on because they're definitely not clear on the big screen and not on my screen if I share it fully. Basically, the application's here at committee because the applicant is residing with a planning officer, and the application is for the carrying out of internal and external alterations. The external alterations include the carrying out of pointing, the refurbishment of windows, and the installation of a new extractor fan. Internal alterations include the installation of a secondary glazing, a new floor slab with drainage below, a new boiler, insulation, a services cavity, a stove box, following the removal of a fireplace surround, wiring, a nib, draft proofing between joists, partitions, plumbing and drainage, and wardrobes. Internal alterations also include the removal of a cupboard, the repair of ceilings, and the relocation of a ceiling hatch. And this slide shows the location of the property, which is in the middle of a terrace. And this slide shows the existing roof plan. And the only note here on the proposed is that it's proposed to install a new, where the cursor is, it's proposed to install a new flue liner to chimney for new stove box of ground floor. And that's the existing first floor plan. And the proposed works include, going clockwise, the first label is proposed to install new acoustically insulated lining to party wall. And then the second one is new wiring throughout. Then it's proposed repair lathe and plaster ceilings throughout. Then where the window is, to install secondary glazing internally to all three first floor windows. Then replace the cupboard with larger wardrobes. Then the bottom right identifies that it's proposed to install new acoustically insulated lining to the party wall. Then on the left-hand side, it identifies that there's a new timber stud partition installed to form a bathroom with new plumbing and drainage. Then relocation of existing ceiling hatch and the existing doors relocated to the new opening. And then one from the top, it's proposed to install acoustic insulation and draft proofing between joists, and finally repair walls generally. And then this shows the existing ground floor plan. And at ground floor level, going clockwise again, it's proposed to install new acoustically lined services cavity to the party wall, to repair the walls generally, to install an insulated slab and floor with new drainage below, to install secondary glazing, to remove a modern fireplace and install a new stove box, and that relates to the chimney, and install new acoustically insulated lining to the party wall, new wiring throughout the property. Then on the left-hand side, it's identified that it's proposed to make good and seal the fireplace chimney, to reinstate a nib wall by way of a timber stud partition, and it's also at the very top identifies the proposal to install a new boiler. This is the existing front and rear elevations. And starts on the left-hand side. Again, it's identified that it's proposed to install a new flue liner to the chimney. Lower down, it identifies that it's proposed to maintain and repair the mortar and carry out pointing. And also, with regard to the windows, it's proposed to retain and refurbish 2 existing cast iron windows, and also to maintain the perimeter below ground drainage to the front and the rear. On the right-hand side, the far left label identifies that it's proposed to install a new extraction fan, sorry, and then also to remove a redundant pipe, retain and refurbish the windows, and finally, basically the maintenance of the exterior of the building, which would involve pointing. And there are some photos. The first photo shows bedroom 1. Second photo is bedroom 2. And the third photo is bedroom 2 again, bedroom 3 again. The existing state of the kitchen, the living room, and the front elevation of the property, and the rear elevation. And in terms of an assessment, the proposed works, by reason of their nature and extent, would have a limited impact on the historic fabric of the listed building and would cause less than substantial harm to its significance. And the public benefit of bringing the building back to a good standard of repair and thereby creating reasonable living conditions which would contribute towards its functioning as a viable residential unit in the future would, on balance, outweigh the less than substantial harm that the works would cause to the significance of the listed building. And therefore, the proposed works would ensure that the heritage asset would continue to be put to a viable use, which would be consistent with its conservation and its location within the conservation area. And it's recommended that the application or consent should be granted, subject to conditions relating to the plans, date of commencement, location, materials, sizes, and finishes of visible fixtures of any new extracts, vents, wastewater, pipes and flues, existing and proposed floor and details, details of the materials and finishes of the first floor shower room, details of the proposed firebox and any proposed work to the flue stack, elevational drawings and joinery details of the new bathroom door, elevational drawings and joinery details of the new wardrobe, details of the material of the acoustic lining and how it would be fixed to the walls, a sample panel of stonework, details of the mortar mix, mortar removal, and the raking out and repointing of mortar, and new wiring. As you can see, the conditions cover pretty much 90% of what is proposed, so it's more approval of the works are acceptable subject to a number of details being submitted. In between, is in the form of an update, the natural environment team confirmed that a bat survey wasn't required. However, the applicant has completed a bat survey which identified that there was no presence of bats, and that hasn't been submitted because it obviously wasn't required. That pretty much sums it up.
Thank you, Stephen. That's comprehensive. Are there any questions of a technical nature for the case officer? Councillor Bill Pipe.
Can you turn your microphone off?
Oh.
Yeah, on condition 14, it states that all new wiring shall be surface mounted. Does that mean you can't have any wiring in cavities or roof spaces or anything like that? Or what does that actually mean, surface mounted?
Hand that back to you.
Sorry, second time lucky. Basically, it's to prevent the drilling of holes through existing woodwork. So as long as it can go through cavities is the long story short. But is to prevent the drilling of holes through existing woodwork so that you don't lose it, obviously. So if it's mounted to it, you'll retain the material. Is that clearish?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Happy.
Any other questions of a technical nature? Nope. I now open the debate to members. Are there anyone wishing to speak? Oh. If there is no more deliberation and members are content that they have heard the entire presentation and debate, I will now seek a proposal and a seconder to take a vote by a show of hands.
Councillor Dunseith, Chairman.
We've got a proposal duly seconded on the floor. All those in favour? I believe that's unanimous, so that's, that particular proposal is carried. We're now going to application 10 on the agenda. Before I do so, Councillor Knox, I've got you down to speak on both 10 and 11, is that correct? I need to verify, because the original guidance notes, only showed you as talking on application number 11, item 11 on the agenda. So I'll bring you in at the appropriate time. We'll now take item 10 on the agenda. That's PFUL 2021-02707, and that's for Townham Estate, Parnham, Bedminster, DT83LZ. This is for the erection of a marquee and provision of a service structure, that's back of house, to function as a restaurant. The case officer for this is Emma Telford, so I'm going to hand over to Emma Telford to present the application.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the erection of a marquee and the provision of a 49-space car park at the Parnham Estate, Parnham, Bedminster. The first slide is to show you a bit of context for Parnham House. So at the top of the aerial photograph, you can just see the edge of Bedminster there. And then this area is the Parnham Estate, located off the A3066. As part of the presentation, I've included some photos of Parnham House itself. Parnham House is Grade 1 listed. There's a stable block which is Grade 2 star listed. The kitchen garden walls are Grade 2 listed. And there's also an ice house structure which is also Grade 2 listed. Parnham House sits within Parnham Park, a Grade 2 star listed registered park and garden. And as you can see from the photos in front of you, it suffered severe fire damage in 2017, resulting in the loss of its roof, most of its internal floor structure and fittings. And repairs are already taking place to parts of the house, which you can see in that photo there. in terms of the proposal, it involves the erection of a marquee to function as a restaurant, which is sought for a 5-year period. You can just see the marquee there. The proposal also includes the provision of a 49-space car park, which you can see on the screen there. And the car park is sought for a permanent basis. The proposals would be located off the existing northern entrance, which you can see with the red line down here, and that is the entrance closest to Bedminster. And then obviously the proposals will be accessed via the existing tree-lined driveway, which you can see in the plan. Alongside the marquee, you have an associated service structure, which would be located here. Both would be located within the existing walled garden, within the boundary of what was hard surface tennis court. And it would involve obviously guests parking in the car park and then walking to the restaurant as indicated with the red line on the plan. We've got an aerial photograph supplied by the applicant, but it does show clearly the location of the proposed car park, which you can see indicated with the red arrow off the existing driveway. And then there is a marquee, obviously, in the photo. That isn't the one subject of this application, but it was put up for the Jubilee weekend. And obviously it does show how a marquee would sit within that location. The next item on the agenda is for the orchard room, 6 units of accommodation, and that would be located within the orchard space here. And there is also another current application under consideration for 4 units of holiday accommodation within this existing area of parking that you can just see here. The next slide is just to show you the rights of way in the vicinity, including a bridle way that does cross through Parnham Estate, which you can see is that green line there. So again, you've got the service structure, the marquee within what was the tennis court, within the walled garden. You've got the stable block here, adjacent to the walled garden, with toilets provided here. And then you have also got an existing garage unit there. The next slide is just to show a closer up image of the proposed car park, which includes a one-way system to provide access, and it would include some slight widening of the existing driveway to ensure that 2 cars can pass each other here. Next up, we've got elevations of the proposed marquee, the top one being from the west and the bottom from the east. The service structure is the flat-roofed modular design, quite low in profile here, and that would be timber-clad. And then obviously you've got the sailcloth fabric of the marquee that you can see there as well. And then you've got the south and north elevations. These do show the line of the existing garden wall. So you can see that it's just the top of the marquee that would be visible from outside the walled garden. Again, the marquee shown in the picture is from the Jubilee weekend, but it does show how a marquee would sit within the walled garden. And then the next photo is taken from the orchard, which is on the opposite side of the River Brit from Parnham House. But again, it just shows how it would just be the top of the marquee that would be visible from outside of the walled garden. The next slide obviously shows the proposed parking area, including obviously additional planting that would be put in around the car park. And along the bottom, you've got a section of the proposed car parking including a kind of cut and fill wall feature there. And then obviously the parking is shown to be broken up with planting. And then the next photo is of that the area proposed for car parking. And then you can see the existing drive and the existing treed backdrop to what would be the car parking as well. In terms of the key planning issues, principle of development, the site is located outside of the DDB, but policy SUS2 does allow, in principle, for tourism development. It's considered that the proposal will assist in diversifying income to generate funds to support the ongoing viability of the state, and marquees are not considered to be an alien feature within grounds of country houses and estates, and it is sought for a temporary period of 5 years. In terms of the impact on heritage assets, it's considered that there's no harm to the significance of the designated heritage assets. In terms of residential amenity, an odour assessment has been submitted and agreed with environmental health, and a noise report is currently being reviewed, and obviously any conditions required from that would be put on. The proposal is located within the AONB. Both the proposal on its own and cumulatively, the 3 applications are not considered to meet the threshold for major development, and it's considered acceptable given the relatively discrete locations of the proposals. In terms of highway safety, concerns have been raised regarding the use of the northern entrance from third parties, but highways have raised no objections. In terms of biodiversity, since the report was drafted, a biodiversity plan has now been agreed with the Natural Environment team. And then in terms of flood risk, the marquee is located within flood zone 1, which is very low risk, but the proposed parking area is located within flood risk zones 2 and 3. The siting of this has been chosen to minimise impact on heritage assets. And obviously parking is considered to be a less vulnerable use, so is considered acceptable in that location. In terms of the recommendation, this has changed slightly since the officer's report was written, and that has been set out on the update sheet. But the recommendation is to delegate authority to grant, subject to the submission of a robust noise assessment to be reviewed by an environmental health and the addition of any suitably worded conditions relating to it, but also the completion of a legal agreement to secure the tying of the development to Parnham House to ensure that it cannot be sold off separately and that it would continue to contribute to the income of the estate. And then the following conditions, I won't read them all out, but picking out some of the main things. Obviously, condition 3 is to secure that it'd be for that 5-year period. There's conditions in terms of materials for both the marquee, the service structure, the car park walling and surfacing. There is conditions in relation to arboricultural information, landscaping, obviously visibility displays and parking and layout in accordance with the flood risk, the provision of 2 electric car charging spaces, and then also the additional condition, which is set out on the update sheet for the development to be carried out in accordance with the now agreed biodiversity plan. But that's it for that one.
Thank you very much indeed, Emma. Just wanted to clarify with the committee that, in fact, you've received the update sheets with revised recommendations. So we've got 2 recommendations before us, and they've both been amended. Okay, I now invite Ed Grant to address the committee. Ed Grant, please speak directly into the microphone, and you have 3 minutes.
There you go. Thank you very much, Chairman and members. My name's Ed Grant. I'm the project manager at the Parnham Park Estate. I'm sure you're all very aware of the devastating fire that tore through Parnham House, leaving the house pretty much a ruin and left the estate in a desperate state for the last 5 years. A rigorous marketing campaign over 18 months resulted in Mr. and Mrs. Perkins stepping forward as the only significant buyer with the experience and vision to take on such a project. As is so often the case with historic houses whose estates have been reduced over the years, there has to be a sensible and sustainable business in order to maintain the extremely costly overheads of said estate. This application is to erect a marquee and associated services discreetly positioned along with a supporting car park as part of the essential first phase to bring Parnham back to life. These facilities are to enable us to host the weddings and events and establish a restaurant we so badly need to maintain this estate. Furthermore, it will help us to once again welcome the local community, West Dorset, and Dorset-wide residents to come and enjoy the restaurant and park. Our successful Jubilee event was evidence of the desire and support from our local community and district, for which we are truly thankful, and further encouraged us to establish this business and, of course, maintain this incredibly special house and park. Lastly, we feel critically these facilities will provide much-needed employment for the area, helping interested parties gain experience and training in a very competitive market. Mr. and Mrs. Perkins are particularly passionate about this and also to champion local and countrywide producers. No doubt all of these elements will result in a significant social and economical benefit for our immediate community, West Dorset, and the county. We believe by working together we can create something that will be truly outstanding that does or doesn't exist across the county thus far, which will help maintain this very important estate that we can all be truly proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ed, for those comments. I now invite Councillor Rebecca Knox, the award member, to address the committee. Rebecca, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I am the Bedminster Councillor for Dorset Council, and I'm in here to support the application. I think it is an incredibly important estate that we've got very close to Bedminster. The residents of Bedminster are very proud of it, and it's been really sad to see it in such a state that it's been in since 2017. What is really delightful and wonderful about this application, and indeed the plans for Parnham Park in the future, is that it is going to be open to the public for those who want to use its facilities. That was never the case before. And it does need that investment, and it does need the business that you see before you in terms of the ability to open a restaurant for those who wish to go to Parnham Park. I'm really quite taken by the plans that have been seen by me and fellow councillors in the area, but also by the residents who got to see the Parnham Park. The devastation that is still there, the enormous amount of work that still needs to be done, but actually the vision that the Perkins family and all the team at Parnham Park have for its future. The Jubilee weekend really was quite incredible, and it was not only just entertaining, but it was informative. And I think that the way that the staff and the Perkins family have tried to keep people informed of what's going on and include them in the plans is also, it illustrates a really good partnership. And I hope Dorset Council can play its part and support the venture going forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Knox. I call on Emma Telford to respond with any salient points you may wish to make.
I have nothing to add, Chair.
I now open the debate to members. Thank you. Are there any questions of a technical nature for the case officer or highways? Councillor Dunstreet.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wondered if there were any thoughts about the colour of the marquee. On the picture that came up, we saw that it was a light creamy colour, and I just wondered if what colour it might be, or whether there are any limitations to it. Thank you.
I hand that back to the case officer to respond. Over to you.
In the details provided, it is indicated that it'll be a cream colour, but we have conditioned details to be submitted and agreed.
Thank you.
Does that satisfy you? Any other technical questions? Okay. I now open the debate to members. If there's no more deliberation, the members are content that they have heard the entire presentation and debate. I will seek a proposal and a seconder to take a vote by a show of hands. Do we have a proposal?
Does anybody have any questions? Sorry.
Oh, that's that.
That was technical. You go to the vote.
Councillor Kimber. Okay.
And I would gladly second that, Chairman. I think it's very important that our country houses, particularly Parnham and its recent history, gets back up on its feet and the estate starts doing what the estate should do. So I'm very happy to second that.
Okay, well, we've got a proposal and a seconder on the floor. All those in favour? That's unanimous again. Can I verify, just for clarity, Councillor Kimber, that in fact your proposal was for both recommendations as updated? Okay, committee, we'll now take item 11 on the agenda, and that's for PFUL 2021-05746. Again, Parnham Estate, Parnham Bemster, DT8 3LZ. And that is to erect 6 in number orchard rooms and the installation of 2 bridges. I now invite Emma Telford again to address the committee, her being the case officer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my presentation. Thank you, Chair. This application, again at Parnham Estate, is for the erection of 6 orchard rooms and the installation of 2 bridges. The 6 orchard rooms are 6 units of holiday accommodation. Again, I've included this slide just to show, again, the context of Parnham Estate in relation to Bedminster, which you can just see the edge of there. The proposal is for the 6 orchard rooms, which are 1 bed, 1 bathroom units of holiday accommodation, and the provision of 2 bridges, one located here and one here. The proposal also includes 6 parking spaces within the car parking area that was part of the last item. And again, the site is accessed from the northern entrance, like the previous application down here. The proposed units would be located within the existing fruit orchard at the Parnham Estate, which is located on the opposite side of the River Brit from Parnham House. There is an existing footbridge here to access the site, and the ice house structure I mentioned in my last presentation, which is Grade 2 star listed, is also located within the orchard here. Grade 2 star listed, sorry.
No, just
grade 2, sorry. The next slide is the aerial photograph again, with the red lines trying to show the extent of the proposed orchard rooms. And obviously the items of the last, the proposals of the last item were obviously the proposed car park here, the marquee within the walled garden, and like I mentioned previously, there is a current application still under consideration for 4 units of holiday accommodation within this area currently used for parking. But the proposal for this item is the orchard rooms in here. So the next slide shows the positioning of the orchard rooms. Again, you can see the existing bridge here, and then the proposed footbridge to the site here. They would have a track to the front of the units, which would be gravelled surface. The units themselves would be made up of a bedroom with a glazed link, which would then access the bathroom pods to the rear, with outside baths that you can just see there. And then again, obviously, you've got the ice house structure here. The next slide shows the proposed street scene for the units, obviously showing that there's separation between them and there is some variation in their orientation as well. And obviously the planting to the rear and in between the units. So a close-up of one of the proposed orchard rooms. Inspiration has been taken from beehives. They're single-storey, modest in size. The main part of the structure, so the bedroom part of the unit, would be timber cladding with a steel seam roof. And then, like I mentioned, there's this glazed link, which obviously links the bedroom to the bathroom pod, which again is timber clad, but with a flat green roof. And then you can see the outside baths behind. And the next slide is obviously a floor plan showing that setup again. The next slide is a photo taken from within the orchard, from towards the northern end. As part of the proposal, 6 trees would have to be removed, but 7 would be translocated, and there would be further mitigation planting. The trees officer was consulted as part of the application and raised no objections, subject to conditions. And then again, another photo taken from towards the northern end of the orchard. The next slide shows the 2 additional bridges. The first one is the footbridge to access or to further access the proposed orchard rooms, which would be constructed of oak with balustrades to reflect the design of an existing bridge at the southern end of the lake within the estate. And then the elevation at the bottom of the screen is the other bridge, which you can see indicated in red on this plan, again, which would be constructed of oak. In terms of the key planning issues, in terms of principle of development, Parnham Estate is located outside of the DDB, but again, policy sus2 does in principle allow for tourism development. The proposal is considered under Econ 6, and it is considered to comply with that policy, as it's the intensification of the existing holiday accommodation already on offer at Parnham Estate. It's currently considered that the holiday accommodation there is not considered to have reached a point where a change of use is required. In terms of heritage, it's considered to result in less than substantial harm to the ice house structure, which is within the orchard itself, but this needs to be weighed against public benefits. The ice house can also be seen in that picture on the screen as well. In terms of the public benefits, obviously there's additional income for the estate, contributing to maintenance and management and supporting the ongoing viability of Parnham House, but also increased public access to the ice house and increased ability to understand and appreciate that heritage asset. These benefits are considered to outweigh that less than substantial harm. In terms of the AONB, again, the proposal, both in itself and cumulative with the other three applications, is not considered to meet the threshold for major development, and is considered acceptable due to the relatively discrete locations. In terms of highways, highways have raised no objection. Biodiversity plan has now been agreed with the natural environment team. And then in terms of flood risk, the lodges themselves are located in flood zone 1, but the footbridges are located within flood zone 3. This means that obviously guests could remain safe within the units themselves, and the proposals are for holiday accommodation, so they're not someone's sole residence. The EA have raised no objections, and there would be access on foot to the north of the site and out via the bridle way if required. But like I say, you would remain safe in the units themselves. In terms of the recommendation, again, this has been updated on the update sheet, but it's to delegate authority subject to the completion of a legal agreement, again, to tie the development to Parnham House and to ensure that it can't be sold off separately so that it continues to contribute to the ongoing income for the estate. And then in terms of the conditions, I do also need to make a verbal update in relation to the plans list condition. On the update sheet, it relates to 2 proposed location plans as Rev B and a proposed site plan as Rev D, but that should be Rev A for both of the location plans and Rev B for the proposed site plan. But in terms of the key conditions, the units would be conditioned to be holiday units only, so they couldn't be used as someone's sole residence. Again, there's condition for materials details, window and door details, and details of the bath enclosures. There's a method statement for the protection of the ice house structure during construction. And there's also a condition for an ice house management plan, and that is to secure those public benefits I mentioned, including open days to the ice house and information boards on the history and the construction and the purpose of that heritage asset. There's also conditions for landscaping, again, arboricultural information, for the development to be carried out in accordance with the flood risk assessment and for a flood warning and evacuation plan to be produced. And like the previous application, an additional condition as set out on the update sheet for the development to be carried out in accordance with the agreed biodiversity plan. But again, that's it for that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I just wanted to confirm with the committee again that they've read the update sheets. This one again has 2 recommendations with amended and updated conditions. We'll now go to public speakers. I'd like to first of all invite Richard Smith to address the committee. Richard, you have speak directly into the microphone and you have 3 minutes. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. So my name is Richard Smith. I'm a member of the Parnham Planning Response Group, and I'm raising these points on their behalf. We acknowledge the intent to create a contemporary hotel and lodge accommodation with allied benefits for employment and commerce in the local community. We also note that the applicant has already started building works in the park. However, there are significant shortcomings in the application which I hope the councillors will take note of. The planning statement submitted with the application reveals the applicant has no clear written vision nor timescale for how Parnham House will be restored or redeveloped. The business plan submitted is short on financial detail and facts. There is no overall master plan for the park, and instead we have piecemeal applications like the 2 you've seen today. There has been no local consultation with the residents around the park. The local inhabitants of Bedminster and Netherbury therefore have no information beyond hearsay on the benefits to be gained from development of the park to balance against the harm of development and the increased traffic and noise. Historic England have also objected on these grounds, saying the application does not provide the comprehensive scheme needed to achieve the outcome of restoring and reusing Parnham House. We have 3 asks of the council. Firstly, that given the business plan attached to the application shows a total of 36 new buildings in the park, the council must explain their reasoning not to call this a major development. I understand our case officer's referral to just 3 applications, but there are many more buildings on the business plan shown than that. This is especially true when the senior landscape architect said that when taken together, the developments proposed in recent applications may have a significant adverse impact on the AONB. Secondly, we understand that Dorset Council officers wrote in September 2021 that this planning application was contrary to policy. If the council is minded to approve this application, they must explain their change of mind. Thirdly, if you do approve the application, the very least you can do is to insist on a clear legal tie-in to the restoration of the house, not just about you can't sell it on separately. Without a legally binding commitment to restore the house, this proposal should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Smith. I now invite Ed Grant to address the committee. And again, you have 3 minutes. Over to you, Ed.
Thank you, Chair. As I described on the marquee application, Parnham is indeed in a desperate state where we critically need to establish a business which can help maintain the estate. We have shown through extensive viability studies and our business plan, and we know through our experience that the estate has the capacity to facilitate said business if it is treated with the respect it deserves. We have an incredibly important historic building, one of the most important in the county, nay, the country. We are working tirelessly to restore it to its glory, but even then, we would never have the critical accommodation capacity to support a viable business. Through extensive consultation, surveys and viability studies, the orchard rooms have been designed to be part of the environment and, importantly, be a sustainable and sensitive addition to the estate. Despite the best efforts of our gardeners, our orchard is not the most successful of fruit producers, and it has been suggested on replanting in a location which would have a better yield. This is one of the main reasons we realise how suitable the position is. They have been designed to have zero or minimal impact and, in fact, immerse their guests into the surroundings. Currently, we are having to turn down multiple bookings as we just don't have the capacity to host guests. We do have existing buildings which we aim to resurrect, which will provide some rooms. Through this application, we can begin to create the backbone for our business, to maintain the estate, bring further employment and revenue to the immediate area and countrywide. We had hoped to be operational this year. We will do everything in our power to be operational next year, subject to your support, so we can maintain this estate and move forward to striving to establish Parnham as an important attraction for high-end tourism wishing to visit one of the most impressive buildings and parks in Dorset, to visit the important towns of Bedminster and Netherbury, and enjoy West Dorset and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ed. I now invite Councillor Chris Turner of Bedminster Town Council to address the committee. Chris, you have 3 minutes.
On? Oh, I hope you can hear me all right. It doesn't appear to have the light on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Okay. Somebody's got the right touch. Good. My comments obviously relate to both applications that you've got before you, and obviously to any other applications that will, I hope, come up. The first is a matter of planning and long-term consideration. The other is more immediate. The first comment I have to say is with regard to the A3066 and the northern entrance. As you had on your photograph, the aerial photograph which showed the road that goes past the Parnham Park. It doesn't actually show it in that photograph, but those of you who know Bedminster will know that that is very much tree line. In fact, it creates a sort of tree tunnel as such. And as it dives down into Bedminster itself, it needs to be said that the 30-mile-an-hour limit signs are pretty obscure, certainly at the moment. They need to be cleared, but the important point is that ideally, those 30-mile-an-hour, that 30-mile-an-hour limit needs to be drawn south, away from Bedminster, by at least 200 to 300 metres to the top of the rise before the road descends into that part of southern Bedminster, otherwise known as Southgate. That will at least enable a reduced speed of those accessing the northern access to Parnham Park, which is going to be the one that is going to be most used by staff and attendees and all those who want to take advantage of the park and, of course, the restaurant and so on. This is a key point which we have talked about and mentioned on each of the applications that's come through so far. And I'm glad to hear Councillor O'Leary make the point earlier about another application whereby a TRO needs to be put in place before entertainment and whatever is granted at Parnham, because we all know the length of time that it takes to get a TRO in place. So please, can we get the wheels running on that in time for the application to be approved? We are in approval mostly so far with what we have seen in Parnham itself. It's controversial, it's modern, and I can fully see that there is a need to generate income in order to fulfill the renovation work that is needed, certainly. The other main point as well, though, which has been a frustration for themselves and Bedminster Town Council, is the piecemeal nature of the applications. Now, as
Mr. Turner, could I ask you to summarise, please?
These applications need to be out in the public to the council in one go. We don't mind spending a whole day assessing them, but coming out piecemeal makes it very expensive for the owners and very long-winded for all of us, and it's unnecessary. Please, let's have the applications all out now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I now invite Councillor Rebecca Knox, the ward member, to address the committee. You have 3 minutes, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chairman. You've heard what I had to say about the previous application. I'm just going to say a few things which I hope will help the committee consider this application. Already, the owners of Parnham Park have been spending millions of pounds on the building, on the derelict building, and indeed a substantial amount of approved work is ongoing. The investment that is needed to even start to look at how to put that building into a state which historic England will agree with and which the community, and I hope you all will see, will be delightful in the future, is enormous. And having gone round the site, I mean, I was there at the time of the fire, and I can tell you it is significantly worse and more damaged than it was then. During the storm, I know that, again, thousands and thousands were spent in order to shore up the building to protect it from that storm, and this is ongoing. So the further that the proposals are not brought in so that we can, or the park can act and bring in some income to ensure the sustainability of the project going forward. Well, it's just great that the Perkins family are still with us, and we are really proud that we've got something going at that park again. The number of businesses that get in touch with me to say that they've got employment or they've been talking to the owners locally is fantastic. And I know I'm not really talking to the planning issue, but I'm just trying to, the officer talked about weighing up the balance. And I think the balance is that things that can be done in order to deliver the park back to its former beauty, and indeed an enhanced and different kind of beauty in some places, will be a benefit to us all, both county-wide and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knox. I now call on Emma Telford to respond with any salient points she may wish to clarify. Over to you, Emma.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to come back on a few points. The first being that this proposal is considered acceptable under policy Econ 6, and that is the intensification. That is through the intensification of the existing overnight accommodation already at Parnham Estate, and that's included in the West Wing, the Butler's apartment, and the Dower House. In terms of concerns around a master plan, benefits of a master plan have been noted throughout the application process, but it's not considered that this application could be refused on the lack of a master plan. And these applications need to be considered on their own merits. And obviously any future applications at Parnham, the impacts of any previous applications would also be considered as part of those, and the impact of all the proposals together. But that's everything I had to come back on.
Thank you, Emma. I'm now going to go to Steve Savage, who might like to say a few words. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the highway matters that were raised, the applications, this and the previous one, were both supported by transport statements, and part of the transport statements included vehicle speed data which had been collated from ATCs, automatic traffic counters, outside of the access point, which, as the gentleman quite rightly pointed out, is within the national speed limit as you come out of the settlement. Now, the ATCs were carried out in March of 2021, which was part of the lockdown period when we were encouraged not to drive our cars as much. And the byproduct of this is that probably vehicle speeds on the highway were higher than we'd expect. Now, the data that was collected has formed the applicant's opinion on the scale and size of the visibility displays that are required. And they have provided survey data which confirms that book standard visibility displays can be provided in both directions up and down the carriageway for the prevailing vehicle speeds. And that's not only in the horizontal alignment, but in the vertical alignment, allowing for the actual physical terrain of the carriageway as it approaches. So it stacks up fully in terms of visibility, the northern access. It allows for forward visibility for right turning vehicles when they're driving from north to south. With regards to extending the speed limit, there is no justification for that, Chair, in terms of the submitted details that we have, because primarily the access stacks up in terms of visibility. So the only advice I could ever give to the Town Council is if they feel that there's an issue here, they'd need to pursue it through the normal channels through our traffic team to ensure that they make their views known, it can be investigated and implemented if necessary. Hopefully that's answered the question.
Thank you very much indeed, Steve. Thank you. Are there any questions of a technical nature for the case officer or highways?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Emma, can you confirm, I think you said the roofs of the bathroom pods would be green roofs, is that right? Or did I mishear?
I can hand that back to you, Emma, to answer that.
Thank you. The roofs of the bathroom pods were going to be green roof. The bedroom units, steel seam for those, but the bathroom units would be green roofed.
And the only other comment I have to make in that terms, which is sort of technical, is the idea of a glass passageway from a bedroom into a bathroom I find quite alarming, actually, in the middle of the night, but that's an entirely different matter, I acknowledge.
Did you hear that, Emma? You did. Okay.
Oops, Chair, fellow councillors, I just wanted to check. I've sort of double read in page 155 on the 6 trees that need to be removed, that they will be, as in said, translocation. That means, does it mean you've got to replant? Yeah.
Can I hand that back to you, Emma, to answer?
So there'll be 6 trees that will be removed entirely, but they're category U. And then there's 7 trees that will be translocated. So during development, they'll be taking out, but they'll then be put back in somewhere else within the orchard.
Councillor Bill Pipe.
I don't normally need one. One of the conditions is that you would open the ice house, is it ice house? For just 3 whole days a year. Why is that made a condition? And why would you not want to open it more often or less often?
Hand that back.
I think it's down to security of the estate. So on those 3 days, it will actually be there'll be access into the estate from the right of way to access the structure as part of a kind of a public open day.
You happy with that, Councillor Pike?
Not particularly, Chairman, but it'll do.
Sorry, any other technical questions, please? I now open the debate to members. Is anyone wishing to speak?
Councillor Weller, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm really disappointed to hear from one of the public speakers that communication hasn't been good between the estate and residents, because I thought that that was an issue that we addressed before and that it was better now. But I'd also like to thank both the Chairman of the Parish Council and Councillor Knox for their inputs, because that's really, really helpful to us when we have that information, and you'll be aware that it doesn't always happen. So thank you very much for that. I agree that it would be really helpful to have a master plan and to know what each iteration was going to be, but we don't have it. We're just looking at this. And clearly, the amount of money that's needed to be raised and the income and so on for Parnham House to have any chance of being returned to its former glory, they do need to look at it in a commercial way. And in that respect, I'm very happy to propose approval.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Weller. Do we have a second? Councillor Cocking, thank you. Do you wish to speak?
No, just to say that I think it's really, the house is very fortunate to have owners that actually want to do something with the house and actually engage with the local community, which they sound that they are doing through the local councillors. And I think they're very lucky to have the owners that they have, and Mr Grant, who's actually come here today. So I think it's a shame that more historical houses haven't got owners like that.
Can I confirm with Councillor Weller and Councillor Cocking that your proposal and seconding is based on the amended and updated conditions? And that you are actually proposing and seconding both recommendations? Make it. Committee, we've had a proposal and a seconder on the floor. We're now going to take a show of hands. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you very much indeed, and that concludes the business on the planning. We now take item 6 on the agenda, urgent items. I've had no prior notification of any items of business which is considered to be urgent pursuant to section 100B 4B of the Local Government Act 1972. We'll now take item 7 on the agenda, exempt business. I've had no prior notification of any item viewed as likely to disclose exempt information within the meaning of paragraph 3 of the Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended. I would truly like to thank the committee and the members of the public who are still present for enduring a very long day with us here today. I hope you all enjoyed it. And look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you very much indeed, everyone.